Esteemed Chair of the Board of Trustees, dear Rectors, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek and Professor Dr. Lutfi Shunar, dear Vice Rectors, Deans, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, dear professors, colleagues, dear students. Welcome to the CEBIP 2023 conference, where we bring together experts, scholars, and visionaries from 4 different continents to reflect the importance of our shared goals and the relevance of the themes we'll be discussing today. Our conference theme, Servicification of Manufacturing and Industrialization of Services, encapsulates the profound shifts and challenges we face in the globalized world economy. Throughout the day, our invited speakers and panelists will provide insights into topics such as green economy development, digitalization of financial services, recent trends in industrial policy, and more. Tomorrow, on the second day of the conference, you will have the opportunity to hear over 30 scientific papers that will be presented from authors coming from different universities from 16 different countries. Something we as organizers are really proud of. But before we ask our rectors to address the audience, let's first watch the promotional videos about the 2 universities, International Balkan University of Skopje and Austin Technic University of Ankara.
Imagine. At our university,
imagine a place where you will push your boundaries and make your dreams come true. At our university, learning goes beyond the classrooms. Our students explore their passions and develop leadership skills through activities, clubs, and organizations. We take pride in our university and students who have come together for excellence. International Balkan University is a double accredited institution, recognized by the Board of Accreditation of North Macedonia and the Council for Higher Education of Turkey. Our commitment to quality has earned us the distinction of being ranked as the best university in North Macedonia for teaching and learning by the prestigious Shanghai University ranking in 2016. Our campus is like a home for everyone. Our students live freely in an environment where they can create unforgettable memories. Graduation is not just an endpoint for us. Our graduates continue to make great contributions to their communities while pursuing successful careers worldwide. International Balkan University is renowned for its tremendous successful practice of the Erasmus Plus and Mevlana student and staff exchange programs in North Macedonia. Within this framework, IBU offers its students and staff international education experience in over 40 countries of the world. We are here to shape the future, because this university is not just an institution that imparts knowledge, but a family that lays the foundation for a society. Here, you will not only transform yourself, but also change the world. You will become the leaders, innovators, and visionaries of the future. This university is a platform that brings you closer to everything you've ever dreamed of. Here, you will bring your ideas to life strengthen your connections, and discover your potential. This journey is not just an academic experience. Here, you will form friendships, create memories, and establish lifelong connections. This university is not just a temporary phase, but instead, it is a lifelong bond. Our graduates take pride in being part of this family they belong to. In this university, in which you will build your future, you will transcend your limits, discover the power of knowledge, and change the world. International Balkan University. Excellence for the future.
İlk günden bugüne Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi'nin başarı yolculuğu. 77 farklı ülkeden 5613 öğrenci, 2 enstitü, 9 yüksek lisans programı, 3 fakülte, 22 bölüm, 1 meslek yüksekokulu, 13 program. 21. yüzyıl yetkinlikleri ve becerileriyle donatılan öğrencilerimiz yüz tanıma yazılımı geliştirdi. Çeşitli spor branşları müsabakalarında 2 adet altın, 2 adet gümüş ve 5 adet bronz madalya kazandık. Melvis Robotics, mevcut robotlarından Seyit adının verildiği otonom robotu Ostimtek desteğiyle dezenfeksiyon robotuna dönüştürüldü. Mavi diploma ile mezunlarımız Avrupa Birliği üyesi ülkelerde eğitim ve iş imkanı elde edecekler. Rektörümüz Profesör Doktor Murat Gülek'in Ulusların Yükselişi kitabı 6 dile çevrildi ve Çince'de yayınlandı. Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi yayınları raflardaki yerini aldı. Türkiye'nin akademik düzeyde ilk İngilizce hazırlık kitap sayısı Lengo, akademik dünya ile buluştu. Elektrikli araç ve enerji üretimi başta olmak üzere birçok bilimsel araştırma projesi desteklendi. 34 adet patent faydalı model, 12 adet tasarım tescil ve 9 yurt dışı patent başvurusu gerçekleştirdik. 2022-2023 akademik yılında Ar-Ge bütçesini 10 milyon TL olarak belirledik. Türkiye'de ilk olan silah sanayi teknikerliği ile hibrit ve elektrikli taşıtlar teknolojisi programları eğitim öğretim faaliyetlerine başladı. 6 dilde 2. yabancı dil eğitim hakkını öğrencilerimize sunduk. Ayaz Sınav Merkezi seçildik. 700'ün üzerinde seminer, panel, zirve, söyleşi ve sanalta etkinliği gerçekleştirdik. Üçüncüsü düzenlenen SEPIP konferansının açılış konuşmasını Malezya eski Başbakanı Mahathir bin Mohamed gerçekleştirdi.
Professor Dr. Murat Yulek, Rector, Ostim Technical University, Turkey, Mr. Orhan Aydin, Chairman, Ostim Technical University, His Excellency.
Ostimtek İstanbul Uluslararası Buluş Fuarı 2023'ten 5 ödülle döndü. Öğrencilerimizin başlattığı dijital girişim projesi Danimarkalı bir yatırım firmasından tohum yatırımı aldı. Bozankaya tarafından üretilen %100 elektrikli yerli metrobüsün geliştirilmesi amacıyla işbirliği protokolü imzalandı. Birbirinden farklı konularda 30'un üzerinde kongre, konferans ve çalıştaya imza attı. Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi Sürekli Eğitim Merkezi'nde 12.080 kişiye 20.000 saatin üzerinde eğitim verildi. Geleceğe nefes olmak adına ağaç dikme törenleri gerçekleştirdik. Sektörlerindeki öncü firmalar tecrübelerini marka dersleriyle öğrencilerimize aktardı. Savunma sanayi, enerji, akıllı üretim odaklı Fen Bilimleri Enstitümüz büyüyor. Ostimtek Dijital Yalın Akademi'yi kurduk. Gerçek işletme vakaları odaklı Sosyal Bilimler Enstitümüz gelişiyor. Üniversitemiz, üniversitelerin Birleşmiş Milletler Sürdürülebilir Kalkınma Amaçlarına katkılarını ölçen dünya sıralamasında yerini aldı. 520 öğrenciye 820 saatin üzerinde bireysel kariyer, 200 öğrenciye 360 saatin üzerinde mezun danışmanlığı yapıldı. Dünyada yaşanılan kültürleri öğrencilerimize farkındalık oluşturması adına gerçekleştirdiğimiz organizasyon ile tanıttık. Pitching'de yetkinliğimiz kapsamında öğrencilerimizle 350'nin üzerinde girişimcilik projesi yaptık. Erasmus ile uluslararası işbirliklerimiz artıyor. Azerbaycan'da ofis olan ilk Türkiye üniversitesi olduk. Akademisyenlerimiz üniversite sanayi işbirliğini destekleyen 500'ün üzerinde proje, yayın ve danışmanlığa imza attı. Üniversitemizin akıllı, ekonomik ve çevreci şehir içi ulaşım aracı geliştirme projesi desteklendi. Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi Genç Ofisi açılışı, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Gençlik ve Spor Bakanı Mehmet Kasapoğlu'nun katılımıyla gerçekleştirildi. Yeni yerleşkelerimiz ve kampüs alanlarımızın açılışını gerçekleştirdik. TUSAŞ ile Milli Muharip Uçağı'nın yıldırım testlerinin yapılması üzerine işbirliği protokolü imzalandı. Ostim Teknik Üniversitesi hayat boyu öğrenme, uygulama.
Now I would like to invite the rector of Ostim Technical University, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek. He will be addressing us online to deliver his speech. Professor Murat, do you hear us? Okay.
Dear participants, I am Murat Yulek, the founder of CEPIP conferences and also the president of Ostim Technical University. I am really honored and so happy to have International Balkan University join us this year as a host of this international event. Unfortunately, I am not able to be this time in Skopje, but I know that our colleagues are there supporting the International Balkan University. I will not be very long, just a few minutes to talk about CEPIP. CEPIP was founded officially in 2017, but before it was also in the structure of a community working on academically working on industrial policy and its implementation in different countries. Since actually 2013, unofficially, we have had meetings and seminars and sessions in different countries like in Uganda and Singapore, Switzerland, Turkey. Now we have a host in Skopje, and we would like to increase the international reach of this community. The reason is industrial policy is very critically important in developing countries' process of economic development. We have seen that even in developed economies such as the US and Germany, industrial policy is coming back on the agenda. Of course, it is much more critical for developing countries because many of the developing countries, as I have also presented in my book, How Nations Succeed, has not achieved to escape from the low-income trap or middle-income trap. The reason is they are not able to design and implement successful industrial policy. Therefore, these meetings under CEPIP is very important because under CEPIP, the knowledge, mutual knowledge is exchanged and enriched with physical experience, real-world experience, and the academicians publish more research articles on industrial policy and its implementation. With these thoughts, I would like to thank again our host, International Balkan University, and I thank all the participants for being part of this year's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek. We appreciate your insights. Next, we will have the pleasure of hearing from our second opening speaker, the Rector of International Balkan University, Professor Dr. Lutfi Sunar. So please join us in welcoming Dr. Lutfi Sunar to the podium.
Good morning and hello everyone. Dear professors, dear participants and students, welcome to this important event. As you know, this is the seventh one of these CEBIP conferences. And the sequential conferences are too much important. We academics many times do not like policy making processes. We always tend to make basic research, basic hardcore scientific research in many areas. But the nature of science of economy and the management is always leaning to the policy making in the classrooms, in the PhD programs. We are trying to educate tomorrow's economists, tomorrow's policy makers, and for that reason, in tomorrow's world, the smart economic planning and the policy making, economic policy making, is also important. In IB, years, we aim to create an academic environment, bringing together policy makers and scientific researchers, and connect them with each other and contribute to the development of the countries wherever I would like to read the speech. Thank you for that. We should connect these two areas with each other too much, and I think as a scholar community here gathered, we should go ahead for talking to the public, for talking to the community and connecting with the policymakers. I hope these conferences will also contribute for such an endeavor. And I appreciate the organizers of these conferences, and especially Murat Yulek Hoca from Austin Technical University. He started these important conferences and made us a part of this event. In IBU, this conference will also contribute our policy-making process, developing our educational policy and research policy. It's an honor to host you here in Üsküp, Skopje. Skopje is a good city. Do not spend all of your time in the classroom. I hope the organizers has thought about that. See the natural and historical places of Skopje and talk with the, especially the sellers at bazaar, at the neighborhood, and feel their hot feelings, their warm feelings toward the humanity, toward the foreign people. I arrived 20 days ago and I felt it too much. I also recommend you to go to the city and talk with the people. Also, I am thankful to the local organizers of this conference, our economic faculty, the dean, the head of department, and the other organizers did well. I appreciate all of you and wishing a good and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Lutfi Sunar, for the insightful speech. We are running a little bit earlier than the agenda because we have one speaker who is not today, but let's see if our next speaker, Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek, is joining us online. Okay. So let's move on then to our first session, where we have the privilege of hosting an invited speaker. As I said, Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek, who is the Vice Dean of Joseph Stefan International Graduate School, the University of Maribor, who will deliver a speech on the topic of competency development for green economy and sustainable development. Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek is a Vice Dean, as we said, of the Joseph Stefan International Postgraduate School, a researcher at Joseph Stefan Institute, a professor of physics at the University of Maribor, an associate member of the Club of Rome, and a fellow and trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science. He is also a former Fulbright Fellow at Montana State University, USA. So let's welcome him to our conference. Professor Zidanshek, if you are ready, you can deliver your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, distinguished guests, distinguished rectors, members of Parliament. It's my honor to be invited to share the next few minutes with you and to share the experience, because we come from little different topics. My original topic is actually physics, and I have spent a lot of time researching better educational practices, how to reach people who are now the young are living on the internet. They are like Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, whatever generation, and it's a little different to reach these people than it has been in the past when we were like going to school. So today's topic is going to be competency development for the green economy and sustainable development. And as you see, I come from Joseph Stefan Institute and Joseph Stefan International Postgraduate School. I'm also at the University of Maribor and the Slovenian Association for the Club of Rome. So if we talk about how and why we learn, so it's kind of a basic property of a human being. Whatever we want to do, we have to learn something. So I would stop briefly at the history of the concept of competencies. Competency is like a little bit more than the skill, but do you know how to do something? Then European Union actually quite some time ago, almost 20 years ago, defined the concept of key competencies, where there are some technical competencies, language competencies, and also some soft skills, which they call transversal competencies. And recently, a few years ago, they actually created a site which is called ESCO, European Skills, Competencies and Occupations, and they have actually listed there thousands of jobs and thousands of competencies and skills and how to link them together, and it's still mainly empty, so although there are really so many. So we talk about We'll show some examples of what we do in this field. Since we are talking about smart economic planning and industrial policy, I would appreciate, I wanted to start with just sharing some common points. So if you talk about smart planning, I will share a little bit about our competence center. When we had 50 companies from Slovenia, and we had to then develop the competencies, so we got about 2,000 people from their companies involved in trainings. And I would also like to share a little bit about the role of physics as the basic science, which kind of describes the world around us. And it can help also in economic planning and also in industrial policy. And then I would end with some ideas for competence development. So if we talk about smart planning, we know for a long time, they used to say, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So today we could say this, if you fail to plan smart, you plan to fail. Okay, so this is basically the world that we are living in, and getting faster and faster every year, almost every month. There are too many things that happen almost at once. So, of course, the smart goals, I will not talk about this because you know everything about it already. Data and analytics are, of course, also extremely important, and also this artificial intelligence, metadata mining, they call them, big data. And of course, the foresight, I will talk a little bit about this, also about my activities within the Club of Rome and the World Academy of Art and Science, where we are trying to see how the world is supposed to be like in 30 years or 50 years, mainly about 2050. Yeah. And flexibility is, of course, very important. So you mentioned briefly in the introduction, the Club of Rome, it's been here for more than 50 years. And basically, the first famous publication was that from Donella Meadows, her husband Dennis, Jürgen Landers, and William Behrens. It's the famous Limits to Grow, which the importance of that was that they refocused the thinking so that people started to think about how to use the resources more efficiently. And the latest publication, 50 years of the Club of Rome, is so-called Earth for All, which is kind of a survival guide for humanity, and it is dealing basically with deep systemic changes that are necessary if we want to have a better future. So until 2050, the main goals here are basically to allow for abundant life for everybody, to include also those that are excluded, to solve the problem of poverty and inequality, but also at the same time to improve the food and energy supply and the way how we make food, how we make energy, which has to improve because we are doing energy the same way basically as we did 100 years ago, which has to improve. So anyway, if we talk, I promise I will say just a few words about it. I will not go into details, but just briefly to overview. You know, the first book on physics was actually written by Aristotle, but today's physicists will not understand that book. It's not even physics in today's standard. But Einstein actually more than 1,000 years later developed what is today's worldview, the relativity. And therefore, this is the way that we understand the world, and little children actually learn this in school. They know what the world is like. It's composed of atoms. But then there is some deeper reality which even the physicists don't understand yet. But this is also the foundation of modern technologies, which is actually directing the both of the technological and the ICT development, and also the social development, which is a consequence of this technological development. So if we talk about usefulness of physics, I mentioned earlier that the energy technologies have to improve significantly because we burn too much fossil fuels and we don't have enough clean technologies. And this is actually happening today live as we speak. There are thousands, if not millions of people working on the new energy technologies. And even more important is information communication technologies, which are helping us to communicate better. So I can actually sit in Slovenia, you are in 2 different countries, and this is like a really international conference without even the need for all participants to travel. Then we talk about pollution reduction. We know that humans are actually doing many things, and sometimes it requires pollution, but we should reduce it as much as possible. And of course, most important for all, especially for those who are already in advanced age, are the health technologies. You're probably aware that today life expectancy is kind of improving about 1/3 of a year every year. So if it is improved by 1 year every year, that means that people more or less stop dying. Yes, there have been some challenges due to COVID and corona epidemics, but still this long-term trend is actually extremely positive. And if you talk about these breakthroughs, yes, Galilei and Newton, this was like the start of the modern era, and then Faraday and Maxwell, and that was the end of the classical physics. Quantum physics started, which is a little weird, so that's why I prefer not to talk about it, but I can answer some questions because it has strange ideas about reality and locality and causality. So anyway, relativity is also a little weird because it says that space and time are kind of interchangeable. They just belong to the four-dimensional space. And what is next is actually, there are some big things just waiting to be discovered. We're talking about the connection between relativity and quantum physics, the special relativity, I mean the gravity and the world of small particles. They're going to be connected. Nobody knows when. It could be tomorrow, could be 100 years, but when they are, this will produce tremendous technological opportunities to change the way we are doing business and industry even more than it has happened in the past 50 years. So this technological progress, yes, in the past 50 years, this ICT revolution actually changed the world we live in. The smart machines are now being introduced almost everywhere. The past 10, 15 years is basically the era of smart machines. And the Moore law, as you can see, it goes up exponentially and doesn't even, there is, right, it's supposed to have stopped growing, but it hasn't stopped. So if this continues like this, you know, in 2 years, the computers are twice as fast. That means in 20 years, they are, that's 10 times, 2 to the 10 is 1,000 times faster, which means that what we can do today, in 20 years, we can do 1,000 times more than today, which means we are going to be limited mainly by our imagination. So I said that physically technology, quantum computing is coming, which is going to increase this speed of computing and quantum communication, which is going to create secure communication. You know, these codes that we have today, they can be broken by quantum computers in maybe 20, 30 years, so be careful. And then biological computing, which will be even stronger, quantum computer, it will link us closer to this world of information and of knowledge, and will allow for a really qualitative change. You know, today people are kind of the same as 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, ancient civilizations. But once this transition to quantum and biological computing is completed, then humans are going to be also smarter because they're going to have the access, the direct access. We won't need some external machine, but we will have direct access to significantly stronger information processing. Okay, so anyway, this is like an example of what we are doing in this nanotechnology field, but this is probably less interesting for you. What I want to show you, this is probably an interesting case where the neural network from Google, AlphaFold, designed, actually calculated the structure of protein, which was supposed to be impossible before. So impossible things are being done today. You know, if they used to say, when difficult takes a long time, impossible takes just a little bit longer, and just a little bit longer has become shorter nowadays. Okay, so if we talk about this key competences, you probably saw this list of the 8 key competences in European Union. We talk about literacy and in own language and in other languages. So in Europe, it's expected that every person would speak, in addition to their own language and to English language, at least 1 or 2 other European languages, so that we kind of connect better together. It's not only to communicate better to other cultures, but it also changes the thinking processes in the brain. So if you are fluent in a different language, then you can actually process information in a different way, usually more creative. So these are the first 2. And then the third is so-called STEM or STEAM field: science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and some people add art to that, which is job science is basically also an art, and the art can be a great source of motivation for scientists. So, and the fourth one is, of course, digital technologies, ICT, artificial intelligence. So these are like hard skills, and then you have those soft skills, the last four, when you can communicate better to other people, when you are more active citizen, entrepreneur, and you have cultural awareness. That's basically when people actually achieve these competencies, the world kind of becomes better. And I mentioned this ESCO system. You see, thousands of skills, competencies, jobs are kind of linked together, and most of them are actually still missing, although there are thousands. You see, 13,890 skills. This is pictures actually from last year. So about this 21st century, the competencies, you see, there are like foundational literacies, which means that this already everybody has when they finish the school, but then there are competencies and character qualities which are useful in every field. Are we talking about smart planning or industrial development or physics or whatever you're doing? If you have this competence of critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration, you're going to make a great team member everywhere. And if you have also these character qualities of curiosity, initiative, persistence, adaptability, leadership, and social cultural awareness, then you're going to fit even better. And these teams are going to create magnificent results in the near future. So we have to take this into account when we do any planning, that the future is going to be much better. Of course, if you don't do something stupid, but in principle, the future is going to be much better because young people are more educated than we have been, and they have more of these character qualities, even though sometimes it doesn't seem like that, but they do. So this is actually an interesting graphic which tells you what is the correlation between the mathematical skills and social skills. And you can see property means that you have both mathematical and social skills, and these are actually jobs like physicians, computer scientists, management analysts, economists, planners. People who have both, they're going to be the most successful, while those who are lacking one or the other are going to have less opportunity in the future. So basically, our system to evaluate these competencies, we said, let's figure out what are the competencies that are necessary, evaluate which competencies are required for the workplace, list, identify the trainings that can improve the competencies, and then suggest the training to the person, and then analyze this lack of the competencies, report the results, and then continue the cycle. In this way, what we want to do is to more effectively use the time, which is of course a precious commodity, so people cannot really spend too much time for training because they have to work. But when you do spend time for training, it has to be effective. So that's what we are trying to help them. You see, there are a lot of competencies that have been selected. I don't want to read this, but these are just the competencies that have been selected. And then we did like a plan for the system which we are developing, where we use a little bit of artificial intelligence in this select of competencies. And this is like an example. You have like qualities that are required by a person, like industry inside, and then we say how important this is, how strong it should be required, how much it is measured, and then we measure the lack, you see, on the top. So this red is the lack, and if the lack is huge, that means the person is out of education. If the lack is small, they don't need educate in that skill. So that's how you can actually select for which skills you should do the most education. Or when I'm coming close to my time, just please let me know. So I'm just going to go with this app that we have developed. It identifies first the competence which has the highest gap for a selected person, and then it recommends the best possible training for this person. And then after the training, it evaluates how much did this learner improve for this selected competence, which means this can be done actually in any field. It doesn't matter what you do, but you can do this improvement of your competencies. So for example, it looks like this. This is our professor who is actually leading the development of this app. And here we selected like the competencies which he would need to have. And then we said, what are the best trainings that could be done? So we identified several possible trainings which would improve their competencies. And then after that, we measure, like this is the date, And at the beginning, for the training, one competence had like 50%. Then after the first training, improved 70%. After the second training, improved 80%. But we would like to have 90%. So basically, yes, you will say, how do you measure these competencies? It's a rather, it's not really an objective measure, it's rather subjective. We give them some tests, which they fill in, like the students in the course of university, so that you know basically how much they know, but it's not really exact science. So this measurement, if it's a 70, it can be also 60 or 80. It's not the exact number, there are some error bars, but the important thing is the trend, that you can see that somebody is over the time improving the competencies that are necessary. And in this way, such a person can become a more valuable member of the society. So this is like in short, and I was told that I should finish in about 15 minutes, we have enough time for discussion. So what I wanted to show you is that competent workforce is the basis of healthy industry. So the better competence of the workforce, the better future planning. So in any type of smart planning, it's really important that the improvement of the competencies of the people who are involved in the industry is taken into account, because it has probably one of the biggest impact on the successful future. Then this competence development, of course, also has smart planning. So on one hand, if you plan for other people to improve the competencies, they will work better. But also, if we improve our own competencies, our planning process is going to get better. These ideas that we have presented here are just some of the ideas. You know, there is so much going on in the world today, so much good that perhaps the media doesn't even report because they are focused on other things that are not so good. In order to find this good and to get motivated, and also to motivate other people to improve the competences, I think this is one of the biggest that we have as educators, as university professors, to kind of motivate our students, our colleagues, to figure out what's the best way that we improve, that we gain our competences, and that we improve the world. Of course, flexibility here is crucial, because without it, we're not going to make the big progress, because situation is changing practically almost from day to day. And that's why this motivation for lifelong learning and improvement of the competencies is the most important key to success, which we hope that will really do to transform our society, transform also our industry and food and energy systems, and change the current patterns of poverty, inequality, and marginalization to the abundance for all as soon as possible. And I would just like to thank here our founders, which are mainly Erasmus projects and Slovenian Research Agency, our colleagues which are listed here on the left, which have been a great help and assistance in developing and sharing the ideas. And special thanks to my late supervisor, who actually introduced me to science, Professor Robert Binz, who was the president of Vice President of Slovenian Academy of Science and the first dean of our school. And the other friend, who is at 92 years, still very young, is the honorary president of World Academy of Art and Science, and a good friend. We are doing a lot of things together, and he's still very active. And with this, I would like to end and welcome very much your questions.
Thank you, Professor Zhivanshek, for the very interesting lecture. I would like to open the floor now for any questions for the professor. Just raise a hand if you have any questions. Okay, Professor Majva, yes?
Thank you very much. Professor Zhivanshek, thank you for your presentation, focusing most on the skills. And I would like to ask you, what about the competencies and skills related to this digital and green skills? You said that youngsters are very much keen on these skills, but I would say that still they are lacking some of the green skills. So as a professor, what do you suggest, whether we are going to introduce them in our curriculum or use other forms of educating them so they will be good as graduated people later on to embrace all these technologies and green policies that they have to manage with.
Thank you very much for your question. I think this is actually very important. So how do we help these young people to access the skills, the technologies that are required? You know, digital technologies are all around us. Artificial intelligence is kind of booming this year. I mean, it's almost like, it feels like humans are going to not be needed very soon. I mean, you just type something to ChatGPT or to Bard or to whatever, and they give you the answer, which almost seems like human, but it is not human. So that means that, yes, I would say that flexibility is extremely important, but even more important is the motivation. So that, in my view, I think that the students need a person who is going to motivate them more than teach them. You know, if you teach them the skill, this skill is going to be obsolete in a couple of years. If you motivate them to search for what you need, search for what they need, you know, there are a lot of possibilities how to find on the internet, in the apps, in everywhere, the colleagues, the friends, somebody knows somebody. And if a young person is motivated to really search for the best possible skill, they're going to find the skill, and this is going to be more valuable for them long term than if they just teach one particular skill. And how to motivate them, of course, this is a very question. It's different for every person. So once you get through to a young person and motivate this person to start like building the skills and search for, get the curiosity. And curiosity is probably like the strongest character trait that can actually lead a young person into building something really magnificent. That's my view.
Thank you, Professor Vajova, for the question, and thank you, Professor Živanšek, for the answer. Any other questions? Okay. It seems that we are done with the first session. So once again, thank you, Professor Dr. Aleksandar Zidanšek. You can stay with us online. We will continue with the second session then. Okay.
Thank you. All the best.
Gotta make a 10-minute break, so we can
Yeah.
start.
Okay. Yes. Let's make a 10-minute break then.
Много ли сухо? Не може да се крием. Да. Okay. Знае ли той дали Карин е стигна? Карин дали? А? Слушаш? Добре, окей. Само това. Okay.
Okay, we can start with the second session, which is the panel discussion circular versus green economy. It will be moderated by Professor Dr. Violeta Majova of International Balkan University, North Macedonia. Shortly, about Professor Dr. Majova, she has 37 years of professional experience in public and business administration. She has dedicated the last 15 years to her academic career, including a decade as a full-time professor at International Balkan University. She has authored numerous scientific papers and books in economics, held leadership roles within the university as Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences, and Vice Rector for Education and Academic Affairs. She has also served high-level management positions such as State Secretary in the Ministry of Economy of North Macedonia and Deputy Director in the Bank Rehabilitation Agency of North Macedonia. Let's also welcome our esteemed panelists, Professor Dr. Tatiana Voshkov, Dean of the Faculty of Tourism and Business Logistics from Goce Delchev University, Shtip, North Macedonia. Mark Beret, who is the Director of EU for Green Projects in North Macedonia. And joining us online is Karim Hajiev, Junior Research Fellow, Economic Scientific Research Institute from Azerbaijan. So, Professor Dr. Violeta Majova, the floor is yours to start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Christina. Hello, everybody. This is our second session and a first panel session, titled as a Green and versus Circular Economy, trying to present some theoretical as well as practical aspects related to one of the most important topics today in the global framework, but as well in particular countries. Generally, in the recent years, the global economic landscape has been witnessing a profound transformation, driven by the growing recognition of the urgent needs to address environmental challenges and promote sustainable development. Two significant and interrelated trends have emerged in this context: the circular economy and the green economy. Okay. These trends reflect a fundamental shift in how societies, industry, and the governments resource management, production, consumption, and economic. In general, the circular economy and the green economy share goals of sustainability and resource conservation, but their scopes, objectives. Circular economy principles advocate for the elimination of waste and of closed-loop systems in which products and materials are continuously circulated and reused. The green economy, however, focuses on fostering sustainable economic growth, but practicing environmentally friendly practices and technology. The circular economy, therefore, operates within the framework of the green economy, contributing to its overall mission of achieving sustainable, environmentally responsible economic growth. Both concepts are essential for addressing the challenges of the 21st century and ensuring a more sustainable and resilient future of our planet. So this was just an introduction of what we are going to talk about. Today, as Christina already mentioned, we have three panel speakers. I will make a short break just so our colleagues to get in. Okay, so as Christina already announced, we have with us Professor Tatiana Boshkov, the Faculty Dean, University of Goce Delchev. We have Mark Barak, who is experienced expert originally from Canada, with a permanent resident in Great Britain, being employed by the German Society of International Cooperation, GIZ, and a team leader supporting implementation of a green project in North Macedonia. Really international. And we have also online Hajiev, who is with us online, who is a research fellow at Economic Science Research Institute from Baku, Azerbaijan. So I would like to start first with addressing our first panel speakers. As I mentioned, she is a university professor and a dean of faculty of tourism and business logistics of Goce Delchev University, Štip, North Macedonia. She has published more than 130 pages in relevant international journals and has been a part of organizational development activity through participation in numerous scientific projects in the country and abroad. Her research focus is EU convergence, macroeconomics, finance, and what is most important for us in our session today, circular economy. Even more, she is an author of the recent published monography titled A Circular Economy, Theory and Practice. Beside her academic engagement since 2017, Professor Boshkov is a Rotary member in the oldest club in North Macedonia, Rotary Club Skopje, and was elected to be a Rotary Club president in 2022-2023 Rotarian year, participating in international activities foreseen in the club's mission. So, as I introduced her very well, I think, I would like to give a floor so she can have her presentation and start with this panel. Professor Boshkov, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's
okay. Thank you so much for the lovely words. It's a big honor for me to be part of your conference, to be part of this panel session, because I think a circular economy is so much popular during. Okay, I think that I should not repeat because I think that we can hurt each other. Actually, I'm very honored to speak about the circular economy because it's beginning very popular, and I think that our country should give all our efforts to make reforms, implement mechanism to do our best and to have a great transition from linear economy to full circular economy. And I have some presentation. At the beginning, I will tell you some facts for circular economy because it's a synonym like it is an innovative concept. It can be perceived by us like strong business case, but also we must make a good strategy to get fully to circular economy. But also it's good for us if we start see circular economy as model of economic growth. Why? Why we say that it's an innovative concept? Because it implies a good strategy for the industry which develop products about raw materials, how we can actually reuse the materials to continue the life cycle of the product. Why a strategy and why it is important? Because we now think, all of us, we must think about sustainable development and circular economy in one argument to do for that. Also, it's good to know that circular economy is the best option to deal with all problems which are connected with environmental degradation, but also how can help to the economy to be less depends from the natural resource of the environment. That's why I said that circular economy can be seen like a balance between the economy, resource, but also the environment. On the next slide can show that a circular economy makes for us a lot of opportunities. So the question, what circular economy can enable for us? It's waste reduction. As you can see on the slide, it's more competitive economy, resource productivity, but also if we discuss about the position of the country, it's useful because it helps for better positioning of the emergent security issues and also reducing the environmental impact of domestic production, but also consumption. The next slide is life cycle thinking versus steps for implementing the circular economy activities. Actually, when we speak about life cycle thinking, it's a synonym that the core of the circular economy is life thinking of the product. How we can use, how many times can we reuse the material and the product, and to use again and again. But also we can think about which steps we must implement about these activities which are in the framework of circular economy. Regarding this, we must work on legal framework. We must work on administrative conditions. We must work on the fee, on the cost, and also we must work more on public awareness, but also education for this kind of economy, circular economy, because it contributes to the gross domestic products, and it's very important for all countries, especially for our country, Macedonia, which is small and open country, and this is a way that we can use the population in rural areas and to engage all of people who have low skills. Green agenda for the Western Balkan. It's very popular and very important for our country because it offers through the project and strategy transition from linear to full circular economy. This means that we'll have strategies, developing strategies who should improve sustainability, production of raw materials, prevention, reduction, recycling, waste management, and other. Also, it's the third topic is that it's very important for developing a regional agreement to prevent plastic pollution. In Western Balkan countries, we have a good examples how they work on waste management, and we have a lot of examples that we can implement in our country. Circular economy, the case for Macedonia. Regarding this, as Professor Majova told, I have many researches about circular economy in our country, and I will not now explain all the table, but I will, during the time framework, I will only underline the results. This analysis expects that the circular economy must work on our behavior, because this economy, development of this economy depends on our behavior. If we have that habits, and if our society make good practice and involve all of us, actually motivate all of us to be part of this sector, then I'm very optimistic that will be very good in this sector. Also, the results show that any change in industry, regulation, and mechanism will depend from the beliefs of the people. Some statistic is North Macedonia market share per type of packaging waste. So we can see that the biggest part belongs to paper. Then we have plastic, glass, then composite, metal, and at the end wood. So we have some challenges to work if we want to use everything that Green Agenda offer for our country, because our barrier is that our country is non-EU member. Also, waste collection maturity well behind EU countries. Low waste infrastructure by municipality and government. Also, 40% of business are not part of any extended producer responsibility law. So we must work on this, on actually to focus on the partnership with government and make or define very good strategy. In which way? We must build a system which will be easy for implementing and allow more efficiency for all of us. What is the solution? How to accelerate collection? One colleague says that the cultural is a slow process. So I think maybe first of all we should work on public awareness, on education, to set this mind and this recommendation in our mind, in our mindset, that everything depends of all of us. Then implementing of the mechanism, administrative condition, and so on, will be on better place. Solution for these challenges. Actually, which are the first step that we should work? I mentioned here co-creation, networking, increasing transparency, which is very important for all of us, not also in this sector, but in all other sector, providing information, but also the very important thing is digitalization in circular economy. In the moment, it is the biggest barrier that circular economy is facing. And also, as I mentioned before, we must work on political and legislative framework, organization of institution and human resource, collection of cost, financing services, investment, more good offer for governments, for local municipality. And then we can be very optimistic to speak about the impact of public health, but also on our environment. And we must implement circular economy, but also green economy. The big picture, we speak about activities that we should implement it. But if we do it, now, then we can discuss about social economy organization, because it's one of the things that circular economy develops, but it's not so analyzed in the last year. Also, we will effort social inclusion, because it's very important, providing job and training opportunities for vulnerable groups. It's very important to work on as a society, a strategic partnership among different actors. If we have desire to listen our needs from any sectors, from any diverse actors, I'm optimistic that we can good in anything we will done or make. That's why I make some note that the action necessary to accompany this transition rely on skills, but also capacity building. We must move forward, and this will build support from EU financing project, reinforcing transitional networking, cross-sectoral partnership, and also improving the evidence base of the ecosystem. At the end, I would like to say that the first things is a provision of information, but provision of information is our joint responsibilities. So whatever we will do on micro or macro level, the starting point is ourselves. Then we'll be successful in anything we will do. For example, in this focus, circular economy. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Boshkov. Save your question for Professor Boshkov later on, after we go with a round of our panel speakers. So now we are moving to Mark Barrett, as already announced him, but a little bit more about him. Mark Barrett is a team leader at the German Society for International Cooperation, GIZ, and is currently responsible for EU for Economic Growth Project, as well as the Green Climate Fund and City Climate Finance Gap Fund with GIZ portfolio in North Macedonia. Mark has been a developed professional for more than 30 years, managing over 60 projects in 20 countries. Mr. Barrett has worked as an advisor for governments and donors and has a successful track record in mentoring and advising startups and growth companies to gain market access funding and become greener and more sustainable. So, Mr. Barrett, the floor is yours. Your presentation is about fostering the green and circular and transformation of businesses, and we are very glad to hear more about your experience.
How do I move the slides?
I will do it. Yes. I'll do it.
You do it or I'll do it?
Okay, we'll do it.
You will do. Okay. Can I stand up? Okay.
If you want. If you want.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Okay. I want to speak about the green and circular economy more from the business perspective and from the private sector. And so we will hear a lot with regard to the policy and with regard to the concepts, and I'll talk a little bit about what's happening on the ground at the moment. I think we all sort of know what the problem is. We don't have to go very far to see an awful lot of waste and to see an awful lot of garbage that is just filling up the land, filling up the seas, and is not being used in any sort of productive way. So we need to look at, I'll look at the next one, okay? Where do we go?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll look at two different aspects, because one of the projects I run here called EU for Economic Growth deals with both existing businesses and with startups. And there's a very different approach, and there's a very different acceptance to green and greening businesses and the circular economy with existing businesses than there is with startups. And so I'll start with the existing businesses, okay? So businesses that are manufacturing, that are operating at the moment, looking at their practices and how those things really need to improve. Okay. Sure. Okay. Within the project, when we support businesses, we look at trying to make sure that they're innovative, that they're actually going to make a difference, that they will be sustainable, so they'll increase their income, they'll create jobs, but also importantly that they contribute in their activities to the circular economy. Okay, so existing businesses are making money, or if they're not making money, they're not in business. Okay, so they have a formula, they have a system that works for them. Right? So it's very difficult to talk to them about changing what they're doing. Okay? So we look at it in a lot of cases of, firstly, how they can become more resource efficient. So how they can reduce the amount of waste they produce, which is both an economic benefit to them and also an environmental benefit to us. So we will look at the environmental, the energy use of their systems, their procedures, how they do things, and how you can actually make it better, and how you can reduce the amount of waste that they produce. Okay. One of the things we see an awful lot of is photovoltaics. So if your business has photovoltaics, does that mean you're a green business? What does everybody think? Is it a green business if it has renewable energy? No. Okay. So I'll talk about this in a little while, but we're here talking about green and circular economy, and we're all drinking out of plastic bottles, okay? And one of the things in the Green Deal is about reducing plastic pollution, especially in water. And where does all this end up? In the water. So, so we need to also address how we behave and what we do as well when we talk about the green and circular economy. So a lot of businesses, sorry, I'll go back to the PV for a minute. A lot of businesses put PV on their roofs because the price of power, price of electricity went up. So it wasn't done for a green reason, it was done for an economic reason. It was to reduce expensive energy with cheap energy. Okay? The byproduct is good for us. It's reducing the demand on fossil fuel, but it wasn't their intention. Okay? Most of these businesses you will go into, they will still be wasting electricity the same way they always did. It's just cheaper for them. Okay? So we also need to look in a business what it's actually doing, what its energy efficiency is, not just what its supply is. Okay? And so that's when we talk about greening businesses. And then, of course, we might have green businesses themselves, or we have businesses where their product can be greener, or their product can contribute to the green economy. So it's an eco product. It's made out of and packaged in biodegradable or recyclable materials. And so this is then the green product. So you have on the one hand, trying to green a business by making it more efficient and less wasteful. And you have green businesses that are actually businesses that are making green products. And so these are two different areas in which we look to work. And you need to look at when you talk about policy and how this affects business. One of the things mentioned was with regard to this extended producer responsibility. Now a business in a supply chain that's in Macedonia, for example, but is supplying a component or a part to a company in Germany, now has to satisfy the same standards as the German company. Okay? So this is being driven by policy and being driven by economic need. And this is, I think, one of the points I'm trying to make is that with businesses, we have to talk to them from an economic side as much as from an environmental side, even though it's the environment and their waste that we want to address. When we talk about startups, we have a very different approach because these people aren't making money yet, or not much, okay? And there's a big scope to be able to help them develop their business and their whole business process in a green or circular way. So unlike with the existing company where they've already got an industrial base, which you have to do incremental change to, with a startup, you have an awful lot more scope to direct the way in which the business works and the products that it produces. And so this, when we work with startups, is much more the approach that we take. Okay. I saw on the agenda that over the next 2 days, there's an awful lot of papers and a lot of presentations with regard to digitalization. And digitalization is a very, very important part of the transformation to a green economy. Digitalization alone, in terms of industrial processes and things, from wastage and reducing it, can save up to 20% okay, of the waste that you have in industry. So digitalization is a very, very important component, and that's why when you look at EU papers with regards to the green transition, they talk about the twin transition. So on the one hand, you have digital transition. On the other hand, you have the sustainable transition, and you bring these two together. And this is the way in which you're able to create green and sustainable businesses and businesses that contribute to the circular economy. Okay. Okay. So we support in North Macedonia, we support 4 accelerator programs. And what accelerator programs do is they help startup businesses to become sustainable, to be able to attract investment, and to be able to go to market. Okay. One of the areas we work with accelerators. So we have an accelerator, for example, in Polog, in Tetovo, where they work primarily on startups that work in the digital space. So on that side of the twin transition. So they're into IT-based startups, let's say, okay? Another accelerator that we work with is in Orhid, and it's focused on the blue economy. Okay? As you probably know, the world is 75% water, okay? But 98% of that water is salt water that is in the ocean, okay? And we don't put that in these. Okay? So if we take out polar ice caps and things like that, we're left with about 1.6% of all of the water is actually fresh water, which is quite a small number when you think about it. And so we need to think about how we can use this water effectively. And the blue economy is all about how you work with water as a resource, and also how you protect water, okay? And this accelerator works in that particular area. Of that 1.6% of fresh water, 75% of it is used in agriculture. So it leaves very little for us. So we have an accelerator that's in resin, actually, that deals with agritech. And it looks at how you can reduce the water use, on the one hand, in agriculture, but also how you can recycle or use it more intelligently. Because a lot of agricultural water is polluted with nitrates. This then goes into the water system. This then pollutes the water, and then the water is no longer able to be drunk. Okay? So this is why we have to look at things holistically and look at things in the whole aspect of what's needed, but we also need to look at it from an economic perspective. And I'll finish about this again. If we talk about the theory of green and circular economies, we wouldn't be buying this. And if we really believed in it, we wouldn't really be buying this. But at the moment, this is the cheapest, easiest to transport, easiest to make receptacle for water, and that's why we buy it. So we should start at home, and we should start at where we work and what we do and everything else. And if we're going to do something and start to do something about the circular economy, we buy glass bottles, and then we move from there. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Now we are moving to our third panelist, who is online. I saw that he is already with us. So it's Karim Hajiev. He's from Azerbaijan. Hello, Karim. Okay. He's a research fellow at Economics and Scientific Research Institute in Baku. So he has a master's degree from Azerbaijan State Economic University and has a bachelor in marketing from Azerbaijan, from the same institution. But he has experienced research work at the Western Switzerland University of Applied Sciences at Art in the business administration through several exchange programs. So we have Karim with us, and I'll give him the floor to present his
views about this topic.
Hello everyone, from Azerbaijan. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we do. We can.
Okay. I would like to speak about bringing the land of fire Azerbaijan as sustainable future. Firstly, I want to tell you Azerbaijan natural emission zone in the liberated territories as an additional voluntary commitment. In 2019, the emission of greenhouse gases in Azerbaijan amounted to 61.6 million tons of CO2 equivalent and decreased by 16% compared to 1990. A positive trend is also the fact that observations in 2019 have doubled compared to 1990. Development concepts, strategic roadmaps, and state programs adopted in Azerbaijan promote the development of ARIF. Strategic roadmap for the production and processing of agricultural products in the Republic of Azerbaijan. Strategic roadmap for the production of consumer goods at the level of small and medium enterprises in the Republic of Azerbaijan. On the use of renewable energy sources in the production of electricity. According to the tax code of the Republic of Azerbaijan, starting from January 1, 2022, the import and sale of cars and electric motors are exempted from VAT. In the Sustainable Development 2022 report of the United Nations, Azerbaijan scored 73.5 points out of a possible 100 and ranked 50th among 163 countries. Azerbaijan recycling promotes green economy. Firstly, Balkanlar industrial park activities. Given the growing interest in the industrial park, which originally covered an area of 7 hectares, the area was increased to 10 or 15 hectares. Activities of the Baku solid waste incineration plant. The plant with an annual capacity of 500,000 tons of household and 10,000 tons of medical waste generates 231.5 million kilowatt of electricity from waste incineration, which provides electricity to 100,000 households. Waste disposal and sorting. And this plant is a capacity of 200,000 tons of waste per year to store household waste and develop the recycling business in the country. The materials released as a result of sorting reduce the total amount of waste, forming a cheap raw material based the Balakhanlı Industrial Park. Liberated territories green economic potential. The memorandum of understanding was signed on February 22, 2021 for cooperation between the Ministry of Energy and EP. On June 3, 2021, an implementation agreement was signed with EP for the construction of a 240 megawatt solar power plant in Jabrail and Zanjilan. On June 3, 2021, an executive agreement was signed with EP on the construction of a 240 megawatt solar power plant in Jabrail and Zanjilan. And the current situation of the use of alternative energy sources in Azerbaijan, 5 main sources: wind energy, solar energy, hydroelectric power installations, biomass energy, geothermal energy. And the transformation of territories liberated from occupation into green energy zones. The approved potential of exempted areas is 7,200 megawatts of solar and 2,000 megawatts of wind energy. Based on preliminary analysis, it is assumed that there are 3,093 cubic meter per day thermal water reserves in Kavarjar and 412 cubic meter per day in Shusha. The implementation of the Fıdaparin Kızılası hydroelectric junctions hydroelectric power plant project is also continuing successfully. It's planned to complete the construction of Fıdaparin hydropower plants with a total installed capacity of 200 megawatt and Kızılası with a capacity of 80 megawatt by 2024. The realization of these projects will enable Azerbaijan to produce 358 million kilowatt of electricity annually. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karim. Now we are just about to finish with our formal, but we will use at least 5 minutes extra from the break just for one question, maybe to our two panelists who are here, if anyone wants to ask any question. Yeah, okay. We can hear you from here, so.
So thank you very much.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the panel speakers, very well presentation and nice interesting views that you share with us today. I have a question to Ms. Tatiana Boshkov, Professor Boshkov, about how circular economy can help in growing the employment rate. So, in particular, in which sectors, based on your. And I have another question to Mr. Mark Barrett, if I can share also. So, what's the biggest challenges in implementing the green project in Macedonia you have faced with?
Thank you so much for the question. We said that all depends from our behavior.
if we want to have good implementation in a good efficiency transition from linear economy to circular economy. But also, as Mr. Mark Barrett said, also I'm an economist, and I love to see circular economy as business case. So we must think how to be it useful for our country regarding the employment rate, but also contribute to the gross domestic product. Actually, we know that not only Macedonia, Europe is faces with the use of materials, of natural materials, but also for employment. Yes, circular economy can help to foster it, to grow employment rate. For example, I will mention here Germany. In Germany is very successful. Use the people with low skills, but also all different kinds of vulnerable groups. So all people are engaged on the workplace. This helps to lower the structural unemployment. And we speak not only waste management, but also circular economy activities knows another sectors like, for example, second-hand retail, collection, treatment, disposal of waste. Here, Bulgaria, Estonia, Italy is they have the highest percent of employment in this sector. For example, we have also employment in repair activities, sector like leasing activities. That is also very popular in Ireland, and so on. So we have so these sectors we have in Macedonia also, and we have we should create better strategy to employ these people, but also to notice them through the local municipality, through the good definite strategy between different actors which are creator of the policy, the government, and to help each other to be successful in the circular economy transition. Thank you.
Okay. Mark?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. The biggest challenge, I guess, if we look at the existing businesses, is just a complete lack of focus on the environment or the green economy. There's not a lot of innovation in most of the businesses, and so they produce the same product they've been producing for a long time, and so they stick with the processes and the procedures that they've and the ways in which they've done that. And so to get them to change, it's really an economic argument with regard to reducing the amount of waste that they produce. With companies that have export ambitions, it's different because there's policy and legal pressure. As I said, with regard to the extended, when you're in the supply chain, you are now having to start to comply with regulations from other countries, and that's forcing businesses to change. But the actual sort of light bulb moment of saying, oh, I'm going to become a green company or something is not really there. So we do a lot of business, a lot of work also with regard to the awareness raising from school children up to executives, and this is the challenge that we face.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all participants here as well, to our panel speakers. Thank you very much, Karin. Now, since we are running out of time, so we have practically no break, but I will just want to hand the certificates to our present panel speakers. Karin, you will have this online like you have come to us. So in a few minutes, actually, the next speaker, Bela Šimšek, will address to you. Now I'd like just formally to hand the certificates to our present panel speakers.
Okay. Ladies first. Thank you so much.
Okay, that is a protocol. So we have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Christina, the floor is yours now.
Just let me see if Aybala is here. Aybala не приключена.
Толкова притиска. Секундата. Точно 11. Сега, не ги притискат. Сега, тя не знам, че това.
Okay, let us continue with the next session then. We have Aybala Şimşek just joining us now. Aybala, if you can hear us.
Hello, this is Aybala.
Okay, great. Let me just read a short introduction on you, and then I will give you the floor, okay? So, our next session, session 3, features an invited speaker who will discuss the strategically aligned digital transformation of the banking sector. Let us all hear the presentation of Aybala Şimşek Galpin, the General Manager of Şekerbank Turkey, who will deliver the speech online. Aybala Şimşek Galpin, with over 17 years of experience at Şekerbank, has held various roles, including leading the bank's transformation program. She has made significant contributions to the bank's financial performance and sustainability initiatives. Aybala Şimşek Galpin holds undergraduate degrees in communications and business administration, an MBA from Istanbul Bilgi University, and a diploma in financial strategy from the University of Oxford's Business School. She is also a graduate of the Harvard Business School's General Management Program and currently serves as General Manager at Şekerbank, in addition to being a member of the Board of Directors of Şekerbank and Şeker Finansal Kiralama. So, Aybala, the floor is yours. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to also thank you for having me at the conference. I will actually mention about the digital strategy and how we align the digital strategy with the main strategy within the financial sector as the member of the Turkish banking sector. So before going into my presentation, I would like to give you a brief information about the presentation. So as you all know, throughout the world, all of the sectors, and especially the financial sector, has been undergoing a rapid transformation. This transformation actually began with the global financial crisis in 2008, as you know. And after the financial crisis, the world actually understood the urgent need of adopting financial strategies, not only focusing on profit, but also focusing on creating value for the society and also environment. And after the financial crisis, as you all know, the world experienced the pandemic. And in addition to pandemic, we have started to observe very visible outcomes of the climate crisis. And alongside all of these problems, digitalization have become a main part of every business throughout the world. So within this environment, the financial sector has become a main topic in every area. However, when it comes to digitalization, especially throughout the world again, as we have been hearing this from the highest echelon of the financial sector from the well-developed country, still nobody knows how much return we will get from our investments in the digitalization, because there has been a very severe competition. So it is all about catching up with the competition. So within this environment, now we are talking about the different future for the financial sector. More financial inclusive or also environmentally responsible investments will be valued. At the same time, digitalization should be aligned with these areas. So within this context, I would like to give you an information about the Şekerbank Digital Transformation Program as an example. I will summarize what we have done within this context throughout our digital transformation program as a role model, as an example within the financial sector. Presentation will you go ahead? Okay, so shall I share it? I think it would be better if I share the.
Yes, feel free to share it. I'll stop now the sharing.
Thank you. Okay, so Şekerbank stands out within the Turkish banking sector, especially in terms of its mission. Today is actually the bank's 70th year anniversary, 70. So it has been operating, especially in rural areas of Turkey, for 70 years. And it is difficult to find a peer group for the bank because our peer group in terms of asset size mainly focus on urban areas with a limited number of branches and especially corporate segment, whereas Şekerbank's main concentration has been always in rural areas and also SME and agricultural banking. So when it comes to main strengths, deep-rooted branch network and founding mission of financing agriculture, because actually the bank was established as a cooperative bank 70 years ago with the savings of hundreds of thousands sugar beet cooperative members. So the founding mission was actually sustainable development. And also this has been reflected on the deposit side, very diversified deposit side, the deposit structure at the bank. I am mentioning about the mission because my main point is that digital strategy of the bank, it should be aligned with the main strategy, which should be based on the main strength. Because as of today, all of the actors of the industry, they invest a lot of money in their digitalization and mainly urban areas, more popular products. However, first, the digital strategy should be aligned with the main strategy, your main strength, what the company stands for. And digitalization should be prioritized in those areas. And also, having a data strategy is crucial. And then those areas should be also aligned with sustainability. So this is our main strategy, and we have actually enhanced this strategy over the years from more community banking to a more sustainable banking perception direction. So we have grouped all of our activities under 4 areas in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals. Right after these goals were announced in 2015 at the UN Summit in New York, we have aligned our strategy. So we said sustainable agriculture, small enterprise banking in terms of employment, financial inclusive, and inclusive finance, women's banking, and energy efficiency. So we have grouped all of our activities under 4 main areas in line with the SDGs. So we have also adopted all of our business targets in line with these areas. So first of all, before the digitalization and before having a digital strategy, we have aligned our strategy with the Sustainable Development Goals in a much bolder way. We were already doing this because it is our DNA, but we have just named our activities more in line with the international agenda, which is Sustainable Development Goals. And then we initiated a very comprehensive digital transformation program. It was the last quarter of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. This transformation program has been not only just investing in digital channels, it has been a total transformation of the bank, but the main mission has been enhancing our strength, main mission, which is financial inclusion, energy efficiency, sustainable development, with a more competent way. We have actually prioritized our main target areas, historically target areas, to have to be able to serve in these areas in a more competent way, because we know that this mission, which is creating value for society and environment while also improving our financial performance, will be even much more important in the upcoming area. So this is an international vision, even though we are a local bank. So we have invested in digitalization in these areas to differentiate from our competitors. So it is as I mentioned earlier, our main target is SMEs, especially small businesses and agricultural segment. And it is also risky to grow in these areas. So we said we should have a very advanced loan allocation system from end to end, from application scorecards, loan allocation system, early warning systems, and other areas. So this is actually credit quality, because we all talk about financial inclusion. Financial inclusion actually means that reaching out to the people who have never had banking services before. And Turkey has a big potential in this area. Based on the surveys, we know that there are 15 million people who have never had banking services before. And since we are much closer to the European countries, we are a developed country. However, as most of the professors and the esteemed attendees know, that in Turkey actually, in terms of purchasing power of purchasing, the community is different than any other developing countries, such as African countries or Indian countries. Because of this difference, in Turkey, a special microfinance business, for example, or special tools for these unbanked population has not been improved, developed so far. But there is still a big potential, and so we have prioritized this area, growing in these segments, which are small businesses, unbanked population, women, and more rural areas, agricultural segment, healthily. And digital banking. First of all, we have restructured our entire IT organization, and we have prioritized actually re-establishing our data warehouse. I was speaking with an IT professional this morning, and we mentioned about this once again, that digital strategy is all about data strategy. And as you all know that now we speak about AI and different models, but first of all, it is very important having a strong database knowing your data and how you name data, how you use it to the basis of your decision-making processes, also how you use it responsibly. So it's all about data-driven strategy, and so we establish our data warehouse. We actually, talent is also very important, as you know. So we establish our analytical teams within the bank, and to improve, to develop all of the analytical models for these areas. And funding structure is also important. This sustainable banking is a huge opportunity for Turkey to receive longer-term international funds. We have a very special position in Turkey. So if the banking sector can succeed in really focusing ESG, then it will be a big opportunity for the banking sector to obtain more funds from international financial institutions. So we have also prioritized these areas. Of course, performance cost management was another part, and save for effectiveness, because we talk about sustainability and inclusive finance and all of those products, systems. However, it is all about decision making, and if they have satisfactory tools as a basis for their decision making process, based on data, of course, then we can. There is only one thing we can ask from our sales force: just reach out to the target segment and sell the product. And still very important face-to-face communication for these communities in terms of social side of sustainable development. So for SME customers, including agricultural customers, we have established an end-to-end risk infrastructure. What I am trying to say is, first, it is very important to evaluate the riskiness of a customer, especially for unbanked customers, since they don't have financial data within the sector. The sector scorecards are not eligible to evaluate their riskiness. So we have improved our risk rating models and underwriting systems, then early warning systems after the disbursement, and collection system. This is the outcome of this infrastructure. Actually, I mentioned about data, models, strategies, monitoring. First of all, the approval rate has reached 60%. It was a big success because it's also about meeting the customer needs in the field, in the area, and this is operational efficiency. 66% of the entire applications has been finalized at the branch level. This is very crucial because they have that money within a day, within hours. We used to approve these loans at the headquarters rather than branches which are located throughout the country, 238 branches. So we have been able to address the customer needs at the branch level with a high automation structure and also risk management. This is the total NPL ratio out of the loans disbursed throughout the system, 1.2 ratio. People who are familiar with the banking financials, like the esteemed professors who attended conference, they know that this is a quite low NPL ratio for this very high risky segment, and this is the percentage of the customers who are non-delinquent at all. So we have actually addressed our main focus area. We said we will grow, we will create financial success, but we will also contribute to society, and actually we have managed it. And it's also processes because the customer experience is getting in a more competitive area for the banks. because our competitor is not only banks now, fintechs and actually other institutions, also the financial sector. They are all our competitors. So we have to deliver a service in a shorter time. So we have decreased all of the number of documents, and as you see here, customer onboarding processes. We used to open an account almost in 40 minutes, and now it is 8 minutes. And one microcredit allocation, 4 days, now it is 1 day. Actually, sometimes it is finalized within half an hour. This is an average number. And also other processes. It is also about improving customer experience, investing in processes. This is very crucial throughout this digital transformation process. And as I mentioned earlier, we have prioritized our target segments, and I just wanted to give you two concrete examples what we have actually done throughout this digital transformation. This is actually a tablet channel, iPad. We discovered that face-to-face communication is still very crucial in terms of financial inclusion. We have invested in mobile banking. However, this is our customer. They want to see a customer representative just against them. So we have deployed the entire loan allocation system, which I tried to summarize earlier, into this tablets. And now our branch employees, they are able to visit the field and to reach out to even more rural areas to be able to disperse loan. And they can disperse loan. These are small amounts, but still important for the customer within the field. Without the So as you see last year, 51% of these quick small amount proposals are submitted via this tablet channel. So this is digitalization, but this is also sustainability banking. We have invested in sustainable. This has increased financial inclusion substantially. Most of these customers didn't used to work with a bank. So, and another thing, instead of prioritizing urban population or more popular areas in the banking sector, in mobile banking solutions, we have prioritized our historically target segments, small businesses and agricultural segments, farmers, and we have developed the first in terms of mobile banking solutions in these areas. So, in summary, actually, I have finalized my slide. In summary, the digital strategy program should be in line with the main strategy based on the strength. And within the digital strategy, the companies should have a data strategy. This is very crucial. And if they align their digital strategy with their sustainability vision, in the upcoming terms, there are lots of opportunities for these companies. Because in the upcoming area, as you all know, only the companies will be surviving which operate effectively, which is financially profitable, but also the companies which can contribute to society and also environment. So combining this digitalization and responsible banking is will be very valuable, especially in the upcoming periods. And as Şekerbank, we hope that we are presenting a very good role model to the entire sector. So thank you. If there is any, I will be pleased to receive your questions.
Thank you, Aybala. Thank you for your valuable insights into the digital transformation of the banking sector. Before opening the floor for questions for you, we will have the fourth session as well. And together with the panelists of the fourth session, you will be here also to answer the public's questions. Okay, so stay with us online, okay?
Okay, thank you.
We will proceed now with session 4, which is a panel discussion on the digitalization of financial services. Moderating this session is Assistant Professor Dr. Elena Parangieva-Stanoevska of the International Balkan University of North Macedonia. Shortly about the professor, while she's coming to the stage. With over 25 years of financial sector experience, Assistant Professor Elena Parangieva-Stanoevska holds a PhD in economics and has worked in various roles at institutions such as the Ministry of Finance, the International Foundation Balkanet, Komercijalna Banka, and Eurostandard Bank. Her extensive career includes experience in risk management, finance, credit analysis, and international financial institution projects. She joined IBU as Assistant Professor in the Banking and Finance Department in October 2021. Professor, you may come to the stage. I will read the other participants of the panel. Igor Majov, who is the president and co-founder of Startup Macedonia, North Macedonia. Afet Musli, the CEO and co-founder of Interlori, North Macedonia. And joining us online is Ruber Abazov, Junior Research Fellow from the Economic Scientific Research Institute of Azerbaijan. Assistant Professor Dr. Elena Parangieva-Stanoevska, please take the lead in moderating this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. So should I keep it like that? Or should I... Hello. Okay. So thank you, Christina, for say words. So dear panelists, dear professors, dear assistants, dear guests, warm welcome to our panel discussion on the profound impact of digitalization in the financial services. So today, as a part of the International Conference, Smart Economic Planning in Industrial Policy, International Balkan University as a host has gathered experts from various fields to delve into the far-reaching effects, opportunities, and challenges presented by the rapid digital transformation of the financial industry. So before giving the stage to our panelists, presenters, let's briefly explore how technology is reshaping the finance. Nowadays, financial services are pressed by financial industry trends of digitalization from one side and by customer expectations in terms of simplicity, choice, and instant services on the other. Three key factors, we can say, enhance the digitalization in the financial industry. That's the fourth and ongoing now the fifth industrial revolution, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the changed needs of the consumers. Digitalization in the financial sector refers to the integration with the technology and data-driven solutions in the traditional financial services, with main goal to recreate efficient operating system and processes. It's no longer regarded only as the technology upgrade, but more as a core digital business strategy. Banking and finance have progressed from paperwork-based processes to tip-of-your-finger mobile apps. Mobile banking and digital wallets, thanks to the new payment services and digital money directives, have revolutionized payments and remittances, enabling financial inclusion on a global scale. In 2021, according to the World Bank data, 2/3 of adult population globally make electronic payments, 95% in developed and 57% in the developing economies. So digitalization is really changing the financial landscape by offering real-time transaction, artificial intelligence-driven risk assessments, extended reality, and personalized customers' experience. Automated processes, algorithmic trading, and blockchain technology have reduced operational costs and increased, of course, at the same time, the transparency. Ultimately, enhanced cost efficiency and increased convenience for both from the consumers and also from businesses. Digitalization is revolutionizing financial services and opening up new avenues for payments, investment, and wealth management. Instead of traditional in today modern and imaginative methods of financial services, we are facing with mixed banking, capital markets, and insurance financial products and services. So no borders between those three financial sectors actually means a need for a much higher level of cooperation for handling various risks. And I hope you will agree with me, and new challenges also to the regulator for each of those respective sectors. So this was small, little brief introduction regarding our panel today's topic about digitalization and financial services. So let's now begin our panel session with a broad question to our panelists. As experts in their own fields, let's hear their views regarding particular what does digitalization means for the financial sector and why it's such a game changer. So we will start with Mr. Majov. But before we starting with his lovely presentation about the fintech, so I will just want to briefly to introduce Mr. Igor Majov. He is a passionate entrepreneur and investor, actively involved in developing the startup ecosystem in Western Balkans. Mr. Majov is one of the co-founders and acting president of Startup Macedonia, involved as a trainer, mentor in many local and regional initiatives, such as the Investment Readiness Program, Matching Summit. He coordinates the Startup Macedonia Founders Club, a collective of earlier to growth stage tech founders building global businesses with Macedonia DNA. And as an investment professional, Mr. Majov is scouting for the best tech startups in the CE region, and via his venture advisory firm, Nest, supports ambitious founders to access funding in the market across Europe. So he is a part of several angel groups also, and actively supports and invests in artificial intelligence, fintech, food tech, and deep tech startups across the region. So, Mr. Majov, I'll give you the floor so you can present your views about today's topic on the digitalization and financial services.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can use this mic. It's a great pleasure to be here and be presenting this topic that is very dear to me in how we see digitalization changing the economy and also the investment sector that I'm part of. So I'll be speaking on the side of fintech and what it brings as potential for developing the economy and for investments in Southeast Europe, specifically in the Western Balkans. And just by saying that if I've been having this discussion a few years ago, there might be somebody in the room that doesn't have heard about fintech, but right now we cannot work without fintech. So everything is interconnected, everything is digital, everything is cloud, and I can say that fintech is becoming the norm. And just the question is what type of problems and challenges it tackles with the solution. So yeah, already was introduced. So I'll work in investments and fintechs and a lot of programs that I'm in. So I will not bother with that. But for all of you that would like to get this presentation, I can send you those, and you'll get the definition, which I don't like to repeat, so you can read it later. The important thing is that fintech changes the world. It enables people to connect better, to create opportunities that were not there, and the financial sector is ever changing. So for 100 years we had banks and more. Now we have something more than just banks and other financial institutions, and this all the thanks to the digital innovations that it brings to our financial sector. So we can talk about blockchain, about AI, about different types of services, e-commerce, that it's enabled by the fintech companies. And there's two ways that we can see this challenge. One is the challenges that have or demand that customers want to see from fintech, and the other one is from the businesses. I like to see that more and more of the companies create human-centered solutions. So that means it tackles more than necessary challenges that the customer have versus the problems of businesses. But we can see how businesses are movers and shakers in the economy. So that's why for them it's always important to increase their productivity, become more efficient, and this is exactly what fintech enables. If we have to divide in which type of industries, the fintech is very broad, but we can divide it into digital payments, and later we'll cover that as a specific topic: online lending, blockchain and cryptocurrency, robo-advisors, insurtech, especially insurance is becoming big, regulatory technologies and everything that provides an infrastructure for companies to integrate better with the government. And more coming segment is the wealth tech. So, any of you have a business card? Do you have a business card that you pay, go shopping, etc.? Right? So that means that you're already in fintech. You already are users of some solution. You already have been in this process. That means that it started from the 1950s, when the Diners Club card was invented, to installing the first ATM that you can draw money, then moving to the first e-trading platforms. PayPal was launched just 24 years ago. So 1999 was the first solution, PayPal, that, funny enough, we don't have it in Macedonia as a payment solution. And this is part of the topics I'll be talking about: how far we are with the trends in the world and what type of services are available, because there are many revolutions that happen. We have the first fintech revolution, the second fintech revolution, the third fintech revolution started doing more decentralized, having more services that are not connected to the pillars, to the institutional investors. And this is where DeFi and blockchain comes in place. And the Web3 on its own is becoming one of the largest, if not the fastest growing segments in the fintech. So where is fintech emerging? I like to not speak much about US, but focus more on Europe. And what trends do we see here? Because we are working with a lot of investors and startups, especially in Southeast Europe, if not Europe in general. But here are some of the startups that are already unicorns, or in unicorns to be, and have ties especially from Central Eastern Europe. Any of you recognize the names there? Revolut. Some of you might have used it, even though we don't have it here. TransferWise, also one of the bigger transfer services. UiPath provides a connective systems for various large corporates. Payoneer, if you're a freelancer and don't have it, probably you have it. And Cognizant, it's AI involving into decision-making and fintech. So these all, and just on the map, you can see some of the names that are associated in fintech with each of the countries. Macedonia was not involved in this one, but we'll specifically cover that later in the presentation. So when we talk about trends, we can see that the high growth of fintech, especially in the last 30 years, where Europe is not the largest market. First is Asia, second it's Africa. Now third it's basically the United States of North America, and then Europe is fourth. But in activity and a number of investments is among the two most active markets. So I would say that much of the solutions are built in Europe, but then because of the size of the market and how many consumers there are in US, in Asia and Africa, it's logical that the gross turnover is much larger there. On market size, 430 billion, it's fintech in 2023. There is one part that says that how much it's into lending and also into prop tech and wealth tech. So wealth tech, it's 20%, and spending or lending e-commerce, it's over 33%. On global side, fintech is one of the three most invested businesses. So if you're in fintech, you're probably getting funding soon if you're tackling a problematic region. And Africa is the #1 place to be doing fintech right now if you want to make money. Even though Europe is very much growing disproportionately, Western Europe has already been there with fintech for the past 20 years. Central Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe and Southeast Europe specifically are just catching up, but growing in very fast pace. When it comes to investments, we've seen that this is amount invested in billions. So 28 billions were invested in 2021, and about 22 billion were invested in 2022 just into fintech startups. So I'm talking about new coming companies that are looking to disrupt the already existing financial sector. Not to put in mind all the investments that are coming from the financial institutions like banks, which either will innovate with the help of startups or slowly degrade for their position. So the question is, how fast will implement digitalization in our processes? How fast will become a fintech service providing services to our clients and innovate? You are a very interesting audience. Especially services in Europe are developed around the young audience on how you can pay now, pay now and actually buy now and pay later. So this is like a special trend, special cards for youth, access to different types of opportunities. So we'll see this trend coming here, either by you or someone else. The question is, do you want to lead or you want to follow? So exactly for that reason, we have created Startup Macedonia. We have created many structures so we can be, in let's say 5 years time, become part of the top 10 destinations, at least in Europe, to develop fintech solutions. Here is in the world. You can see 7 out of, or actually 6 out of the 10 locations are in Europe, where there is the biggest fintech companies. And definitely adoption of e-commerce and online payments leads the way. And we see as much people become technologically literate, they will like to use more and more of these services. Because we work in this part of investment in startups and fintech, more and more capital is invested, especially in Europe. And there was a peak coming of around 18 billion invested only in 2018. The market is going to be, it's a bear market. If some of you know what is a bull or a bear market, now it's a bear market. Now it's a different, valuations are down, and it's a better way to innovate, and it's the best way for early stage seed companies. For later stage companies, a little bit challenging, but still multiple investors specifically investing only in this sector. One of the, if we discuss about hubs, this is where we work predominantly. So London, Berlin, Zurich, and then Southeast Europe as in general, where we see the emerging tech and opportunities of creating solutions for this market. Just showcasing a very interesting research we did for one of our fintech companies that we invested in, comparing different markets, where these markets are and how big they are in terms of size. Who do you think is the largest market from the all? Like UK, then you have European Union, Scandinavia, the Baltics. This is Southeast Europe and Turkey. What is the largest market from all of them in terms of size and funds generated? Anyone wants to guess? No, Scandinavia is high, but it's third in line. First is UK. UK is the center of financing in Europe. Even though traditional financing are happening throughout the European Union, specifically UK contributes about a third of the fintech companies which are generated anywhere in Europe and then are moved towards UK. So you have the Baltics, and the largest pain of the Baltics is they're having an amazing sandbox system for implementation of new solutions. But as soon as the companies get new investments, they're moving their operations into UK because it's much more structured ecosystem, and legal framework works best for these type of companies. So yeah, size is largest is UK, as I said. Special about them that they have every regulatory framework implemented, and they provide also support from the very early stages up until the very end. The For them, it was interesting that people thought that in Brexit, they will actually collapse, but they became actually stronger and took their position as the AI and blockchain capital of Europe. So moving to number two, very fast, European Union, very diverse, very segmented markets. Language is a barrier there. So if you're in one market, you're probably not entering another. Very highly competitive, but here it's more focused on the part of lending and wealth tech, preserving wealth and increasing wealth. So pension funds, insurance companies, and others are trying to move and innovate and invest, and we see them being one of the biggest LPs and limited partners and investors in fintech, especially in the past 3 years. Scandinavia, we mentioned, is third. It really adopts innovation, and here is one of the good examples how banks can work with companies, innovative programs that banks and financial institutions can develop for the fintech sector, and together with a young, inspirational generation of innovators, create the new solutions for the new generation. So this is what Scandinavia is special. And for Southeast Europe, Belgrade, Sofia, and Athens are the largest points where there is activity, and we see strong differences in development of services. Belgrade, Skopje are very strong in development. So Skopje is not that strong in the volume of services that are offered. But this is where the regulatory framework needs to be changed in order to be more compliant and more supportive to fintech companies. This is one of the newest edition of services by Revolut, where they are going to help you invest in your future and invest in planning. So everything to be automated, and we are moving to this AI-driven reality. But until then, we see that markets needs to be developed, and how we can develop these markets is basically looking into at least what closest to us we have, and that's European Union, where PSD2 is implemented, open banking, SEPA transfers, and at least this basic infrastructure is allowed for things to be built, third-party applications used for the wider public, not just for the businesses, but also for the customers. And we like this regulatory environment to be implemented. Unfortunately, 2022 was the year that we needed to see this implementation. They were not. 2003, there is a little more push from the banks, even though the banks are one of the most profitable businesses in Macedonia. Still, innovation is not their strength, and we do call them to be more actively supporting innovation and support companies. On the side of consumer preferences and adaptation of rates, digital banking, it's almost 100% adopted in European Union, and they're having actually problem with the physical contact. So in order for you to go to a bank or any personal contact with a referent, you need to schedule 1 week ahead, which is unthinkable by our standards, where you just stand in line and you will be served. This is the changing environment of fintech, and traditional banking here is very much active. We like whenever a company is pushing some new services. So there are many established players. I will speak later about 3 from Macedonia, especially LinkPay, FinCup, and Cognizant in different sectors where they are implementing. Just for you to know, if any of you is looking for capital, there is funding for this. Very early on, these are one of the top investors. So these are on average investing between 100 and 300,000 euros. Plus there are accelerators, incubators that are existing in our country and abroad that can help you. So money is available. The challenge is how to articulate a big enough a good solution for a big enough problem that somebody is looking to pay. So this is your starting point, and if you have a solution, just go for it. There is money for that. I will just very briefly, not to take much time, talk about 4 solutions that you can use if you like in Macedonia, built in Macedonia. So Envoice can be very simple app, but can be very useful, especially if you're a freelancer and you need to invoice multiple platforms and manage your inflow of cash. As a freelancer, they're enabling that with Deutsche Telekom. They have a partnership, and they're working with, I believe, about like 50,000 freelancers plus companies that issue their invoices to them. Something happened there. Okay. FinCup is a fintech platform. It's a suite of solutions, especially utilizing AI for banks and investment and insurance funds. Specific about them is that you can talk with a digital avatar or a replica of an employee in the company. So it increased the efficiency of the company plus the engagement with clients. They can do email, KYC, and this AI assistance they produce is now used by one of the biggest insurance and investment companies, Generali and VFOP, and expanding through the region. LinPay is a company also that works on the European market. It's buy now, pay later solution. So there, whenever you are in an e-commerce store and you want to buy something on multiple rates, then you can just select pay with LinPay, and then you can pay for 48 instead of just paying with your card. They are dividing this, and you're paying on monthly installments for whatever you like to pay. The regulatory system doesn't allow this in Macedonia, but does allow the European Union. So they're funded with a Series A funding and expanding from Slovenia to other countries in Europe. Cognizant is one of the stories and one of my first investments when I started in South Central Ventures. It's a company that already received more than 100 million euros in funding. They are soon to be unicorn, creating actually solutions for the US and global market in general, with 5 offices in 5 continents. And specific about them is that they aggregate more data, business data, than any company in the world, providing enough confidence that they can give the mobile number and email for any person anywhere in the world by just one click. So they have this opportunity, and their sales engine that especially is used by financial services to elevate their growth and sales. So that would be from my side. If you have any questions or you want to connect, I'm open for discussion. If you have business ideas or working on a startup, even more. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Majov, for your valuable insights. Very comprehensive and interesting. I think you will agree with me. Presentation you delivered today. With the question of the audience, I will go later if you have a time. I just now will want to raise one question regarding the fintechs, startups, since particularly the number of fintech startups nowadays, it's really increasing and it's progressive rate. So reaching out of 26,000 from 12,000 from 2019. So it's almost has more than doubled. So also according to Deloitte, the global fintech revenue on average will grow with 11.7%. So embedded finance is also skyrocketing, looking from the number perspectives, as you mentioned also in the beginning. So it's really this progressive rates to the future. So I would like your view, thoughts about should this fintech, which are more startups, be regarded by the traditional financial institution, you already mentioned about the banks, as a problem, as a threat, looking from the perspective of the competition, or more as a solution to them, in order as to help them in transforming and especially those traditional financial services to implement digital processes.
Should I?
Yeah.
Very good question with actually just I want to build on that. the difference between traditional corporations, financial institutions, and startups is how fast they can move and hear the voice of their customers. So this flexibility gives them the chance to adopt much faster to the changes of the market, the new generations, where the traditional companies, traditional financial institutions or banks already have the clients, already have the infrastructure. So it's actually there in the advantage than the startups. So the startups is there to actually show much better product on a less amount of money to be distributed much faster. So, but I would just mention to end this discussion, we like to see the synergy between the two. One and without the other would work really hard, but together they can make miracles. And that's why, for example, with one of the companies with FinCup, we actually are helping banks become fintech. So creating a chance for them to become the new technology giants and lead the way and be innovative.
Thank you very much once again. We'll keep the question from the audience if you have for later. So let's now proceed with our second panelist speaker, with Mr. Afet Musli. Brief introduction about Mr. Musli. He is co-founder and CEO at Intellori, a software development company specializing in Internet of Things and business productivity solutions. In addition to his entrepreneurial journey, he also actively pursuing a PhD in digital twins in manufacturing, delving into the cutting-edge world of technology and its application to reshape the future of industry. Drawing from multiple years of diverse international experience, Mr. Musli brings a global perspective to our local community. His passion lies in cultivating value-based entrepreneurship and organizations where ethics and social responsibilities are at the forefront of his endeavors. So, Mr. Musli, please take your floor.
Thanks.
With your thoughts.
Thanks
about
for the introduction. Happy to be here today to talk about innovations and financial services. I will speak today as a practitioner, and I think that's something that universities need more and more. In addition to the theoretical frameworks that you guys study here. When I say as a practitioner, speaking about financial services, I will focus on payment services. My goal for today was to show you a picture of payment services, where we stand as a country in North Macedonia, and also use a benchmark, in this case, the EU as a benchmark for the legal framework of the EU and what's happening in the EU in terms of payment services and systems. So maybe Igor can help me with scrolling through the slides, or?
Yes, next slide.
Okay. Yeah, so a starting point would be something which is called open innovation. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's a cornerstone of the digital era or the information age, which is driving all this new technology and new products, new services in the last through this revolution, right? So open innovation and open banking are related. So I'll show you what open banking means. And a key player in the payments industry, or the financial or the payments services, are the payment service providers. Then Igor already mentioned briefly PSD or PSD2. It's the Payment Service Directives, so legislation of the EU, which we are supposed to follow, and we are following somehow, but not fully. And the payment systems in the EU currently active, SEPA, and also now the EPI. Then I wanted to make you aware, or make everyone aware what is my evaluation as a business owner, but also as a customer in North Macedonia, where we are and what we could do to improve the as-is situation. Yeah. All right. So yeah, open banking allows additional third parties to come between the customer and the traditional banks. Yeah, and they are their value is quite high because they can integrate multiple banks, multiple services within usually one app, and then the result is magic, right? A couple of clicks and you have a payment from, I don't know, from one edge of the world to the other. Yeah, this is all provided. Starting, yeah, the background is APIs, so programming interfaces through the internet, different systems communicating together. But the starting point is open banking. Yeah, so that's point number one to remember. And this is again very different from traditional thinking, which is also true for open innovation. Yeah, open innovation is a different way of thinking because traditionally firms work in secret on their own for many years, and then when they announce a project or a product, it's ready to be sold. But open innovation draws from the crowd, and the realization is that if you can utilize more resources, you'll become more successful. And the same logic goes with open banking. Now, payment service providers are usually the intermediaries between traditional banks because they won't go anywhere; they're still needed, and the consumers. Yeah, so they are able to, through the magic of again technology, IT, APIs, they're able to integrate and pull many services together to offer a great customer experience to regular users, both consumers but also business. Yeah, so PSP, payment service providers, an important player in this value chain. Yeah, so the 2007 is when the EU is not a pioneer of financial service innovations or what is known as fintech product and services. Then the EU's legislation in 2007 is actually to improve the competitiveness of EU organizations in terms of financial innovations. Yeah. So there's a case when they mentioned that when this law is announced, that certain services in Turkey, for example, are more advanced than in the EU, so that's why they need to work on improving the legislation. Yeah. So then, but 2007 does not include open banking yet. That comes in 2015 when the PSD2 obliges banks to open their systems, to open their APIs, and importantly, free of charge. Yeah, free of charge for the first users. In terms of payment systems or networks, there's a single payment system in the EU, but also the EFTA countries, so Switzerland, Iceland, and so on, where we're not part of, and which is a huge disadvantage. Yeah. So this single payment system enables almost free of charge transfers between different countries. Yeah? So a business in Switzerland can send a payment to Iceland, for example, free of charge, and that's for us. That for us is at the moment is almost like science fiction. So if I receive a payment from a customer in the Netherlands, I pay 50, 60 euros just for transfer costs. Yeah? And which is also ironic, I had to send some money to my wife the other day, and I had to pay 35 dinars. So this is the situation we are. So when you compare that, when you say that, okay, different countries, different businesses, larger payments, they can make free of charge payments. And on the other hand, me and my wife, we share the same wallet, and the bank asked me for 50 cents. That's something that's not right. Yeah. So I think this is the yeah. It needs to be tackled, and awareness is very important. So one of my goals for the day is to make everyone that can contribute, and as consumers, we can all contribute into asking our banks, why am I being charged for this? Or what is this? Why do I have to pay 20 dinars for every month for, I don't know, to have an account in your bank and so on. Okay, so SEPA and then EPI, what EPI does, the European Payments Initiative, is enables online payments utilizing the SEPA network. And this is supposed to, or it will compete with MasterCard and Visa. Yeah? So MasterCard and Visa are kings in online payments, but what EPI will do is enable European consumers to make online payments directly from their bank account. Yeah? That's something, yeah, huge as well. All right. Yeah. So I will, yeah, connect to Igor's point. He mentioned the law in 2022. There's a new law since last year and in force this year. What, in my opinion, in our evaluation, what the biggest drawback is the following: is that it does not require banks to offer their APIs free of charge. Yeah? So the banks are obliged with the new law to offer APIs or to open their systems, but there's no mention of free of charge. Yeah? So which means you can only expect that, okay, they can charge whatever they want. Yeah? So that's the biggest drawback among others. In summary, so yeah, this it's a sensitive topic. Regulation is always important because of the sensitivity of the industry. It's money, payments, wealth, and so on. So our legislation is not harmonized, even though that's how the law is promoted by politicians. The conclusion is that it's not harmonized, and we need to ask for a new law. Then being outside of these networks and in under not ideal legislation. So for us as business owners, but also as consumers, for everyone, we need to pay a high price. Banks charging us for every possible money movement, and also the payments are slow. So I can send, for example, money to my wife today at 4 p.m. and then she will receive them next day. What if she needs them right away? Yeah, if you want to do that, you need to pay 500 dinars, which is ridiculous. Okay, so and also for businesses, yeah, we need to wait for a payment. The customer pays us today, it will be with us 2 or 3 days, working days later, and minus 50 euros in the bank account. Yeah. Yeah, domestic payments between regular customers, which I'm sure is every one of you. You're faced with the same situation. Yeah. So legislation needs to be addressed. Banks, but there's also a banking lobby which is quite strong. We heard that they're very profitable. So they in this regard they hinder innovation. Yeah, and they make everyone's life worse. And then when, of course, our country is supposedly trying to join the EU, but we never know when that will happen. And what's to speed this up is what the country can do, or our politicians can do, is try to join these networks as a pre-step. For example, a single payment network or a single customs union, which is another issue as well. Yeah, so that's all. If you have questions, I'll be happy to discuss and answer. It's a topic which is close to when you're involved daily. It's close to my heart, and then so I'd be happy to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Musli. Thank you very much for your wonderful and for valuable thoughts and insights regarding especially the payment services and payment systems. So I'll just, as you have highlighted in your presentation, the legislation has a critical aspects to this transformation and digitalization in the financial services. So I have brief questions. Since we are in Macedonia here, there is all infrastructure that support technological innovation. However, there is still lack, I think, that in enacting particular fintech legislation. So do you think that there is an urgent need for the regulator to adopt new regulation for accommodating the fintech business models?
For sure, yeah, for sure. So infrastructure is not an issue, even if it's missing within, I don't know, 3 to 6 months. things move fast now in IT. But legislation, especially the point that I mentioned about ensuring free of charge or open banking access towards innovative fintech companies. And then we heard multiple times from Igor that, okay, they are not operating in Macedonia, but they're actually a team from here, which trying to sell to global or European markets. Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
And Mr. Madrev also showed us that how experience in UK has helped a lot in order to progress in fintech development based on the previous well-developed legislation. So thank you very much. We are going to proceed with our next panel speaker, Mr. Vugar Abbasov. He is going to join us online. So let's see whether he's here. Mr. Abbasov, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. So let me briefly introduce you in front of our audience, and I will give you the floor. So Mr. Vugar Abbasov is a junior research fellow at the Economic Scientific Research Institute in Azerbaijan. He holds a master's degree in development science from Sapienza University di Roma. He also has prior experience as a clerk at the US Embassy in Baku. His educational background includes a bachelor's degree in international studies from ADA University, as well as participation in the exchange program at Yamanashi Gakum University in liberal arts. So, Mr. Vugar Abbasov, please, the floor is yours. You can share with us your thoughts regarding our today panel discussion of the digitalization in financial services. So, please welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. Should I share my screen, the presentation, or will you just display my presentation?
You can share with us your presentation.
Of course.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished panel members, today I will talk about the trade and investment, the digital transformation journey of Azerbaijan. So, and how to unlock the growth in the digital age. I'm a junior research fellow of the Economic Scientific Research Institute, which serves as a think tank under the Ministry of Economy of Azerbaijan. Right. Before delving into the topic, let us look at the digital landscape of Azerbaijan. So, as of the data from the July 2023, the population of Azerbaijan is more than 10 million. And of course, the internet usage among the population is more than 80%. If you look a bit deeper there, we'll see that 72% of the people use the social media. So we can see that the social media is part of our, let's say, the daily life. If you look at the demographics of the internet users, you would see that more than 70% of the people are aged between 26 and 64. It means that these people are mostly economically active people. So when we look at the device preference, we will see that more than 87% of the internet users prefer the portable devices like mobile phones and laptops. When we look at the ICT skills of the individuals, we'll see that, well, we have somehow a little bit challenge here because the 48% of the people of Azerbaijan have the basic skills, 15% possess the intermediate skills, and only 1% possess the advanced ICT skills. Let's go to the next slide. Digitalization of trade. So what's important for Azerbaijan, for all together? It facilitates the seamless international trade, creates the new job opportunities, and increases export values. As you know, the economy of Azerbaijan is mostly oil-based. Well, I'll say that more than 74% of the income comes from the oil. So in this case, Azerbaijan, in the recent years, Azerbaijan tries to diversify its economy. And in this perspective, the digitalization of the financial services and trade is very important for us. And it also gives us the opportunity of reducing expenses. And of course, in this content, it decreases corruption cases and bureaucracy cases. So the next slide, digital trade hub. Well, in 2017, with the decree of the President of Azerbaijan, the digital trade hub program was established. So what is this program for? In this program, the individuals and business entities can get the residence and residence. They can even open the company even without being in Azerbaijan. So it offers residency and provides various services to foreign citizens also, and streamlines online company registration with user-friendly interface and offers electronic signature and document services. Well, next slide. One-stop shop for export. And this program was established in 2017. So it's centralized portal for businesses. And of course, within this program, it also gives the training and services and the consultation services for business also in order to overcome the current challenge in terms of the digitalization of trade. We have also one more center for analysis in the fourth industrial revolution. Well, it's an organization under the Ministry of Economy. Also, it was established in the 2021. The mission of this organization is just overseeing the digital economy challenge initiatives and projects. And right now, we are working on the strategy for digital economy. And of course, this organization is also involved in the reshaping the digital strategy of the digital economy. So, its role is shaping the country's digital future. And further to go, well, in Azerbaijan, you can get the power of attorney for rituals and the social issues only for a day. And you can do it 7 days a week for 24 hours. So there will also Assam Imza, which means the Assam signature and easy signature. Well, it is literally translated in English, but in English, well, it's a mobile identity that you may confirm your identity by accessing a service and giving digital services. So, and legal and regulatory framework in Azerbaijan. Well, the government of Azerbaijan has worked on this issue in a serious aspect that if we go back before 10 years ago, it was very difficult to open a company to involve in a business in Azerbaijan because during that time there were more than 14 procedures that you have to be involved in, and also you have to submit certain street documents there. But right now, by simplifying the regulatory framework, you should just submit the 7 documents and go through the 6 procedures. So between 2017 and 2022, the digital payment volumes surged fivefold. Why? Because the government just made some initiatives. And one more thing that I would like to mention that the development of the digital economy, digital trade, or let's say the financial services is also one, let's say that possible, one potential to overcome the informal economy, which is the top priority is to solve the problem globally in our country also. Next slide. Key challenge and future growth. So, yeah, we have some challenges. We have some lack of mutual trust among commercial banks. We have some low financial inclusion also. If you look at the data of the World Bank, you will see that the foreign direct investment to Azerbaijan can just get lower during the recent years. We have low but developing financial literacy rate among the small and medium enterprise owners and managers. In order to overcome this issue, the government just established another organization called POBIA. They just assist the small and medium enterprises in many ways, while having trainings, while they're overseeing the challenges and consultation service. Well, there's low, but still, we have the risk of money laundering and financial financing of terrorism, because it's very easy to have the illegal activities. If you open the run a business in just 2-3 days, if everything is digital, we have such risk also. And still lower but developing ICT literacy in the population due to inadequate education path in this field. Well, as you see in the previous slides from the data that we have, most people in Azerbaijan have the basic ICT skills, the medium ones, and we are working on it. Well, in this in the digital economy strategy that we are working on, it will just establish new training and mentor programs in order to increase the, let's say, the quality of the education in this field. Government initiatives. It's time to start from the Azerbaijan 2030 national priorities. Well, this is called like that. Well, the modern innovations and the competitive human capital. So the digital economy strategy that is mentioned in the slide, you can see, is part of this national priorities. Well, in this national priorities, lots of strategic roadmaps were created. And Azerbaijan just started to improve digital infrastructure also. And also, we promoted cashless economic activity. Well, we have such a regulation that, well, if the individuals just pay by card, they may get the VAT refund with this payment. Under the Caspian Sea, there is a fiber optic cable from Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan to Azerbaijan, a part of the digital Silk Way that we want to connect the West and East in the digital aspect, well, which also has the improvement to the middle corridor. And of course, Azerbaijan is situated in the intersection of 3 international corridors, like the North and South, Middle Corridor, and the Zengezur Corridor. Well, this is a very advantage for us to develop our economy and develop our economy in the implements of the digitalization. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Habasov, for your presentation, especially thank for conveying and share with us the journey of Azerbaijan of the digital transformation processes. So since we are running out of the time, I will open now only the floor for the audience. If there's any questions from the audience.
Thank you for excellent presentation. It was of good opportunity to be part of this panel session because as a researcher, my focus is also on fintech, open banking, and it's very popular to research. I have a question for Mr. Majo because regarding the participants, I think that is good to know what can we expect regarding innovation in the, from the digitalization in the finance sector, and what will be the impact? Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Definitely, each innovation tends to be accepted differently in different parts of the world. We like to say that we're innovative, but in general, we don't like change. So that's why there is a lot of resistance from the already existing financial sector to innovate their services, even though there is evidence of the benefits that it brings. And on the benefit side, we see people don't need to stay in lines to pay anything anymore. A lot of time, they don't have to spend time in the car. They can be more trustworthy. Definitely, it's more safe to pay digitally than actually hold cash on yourself. There is much more benefits on the transparency side, so the green economy is eliminated. If anything is monitored, there is more money to be spent into the to be put into the budget from the taxation that it happens. So there is various benefits of continuous implementation of fintech. On the side of what we should expect, we should not expect miracles, because miracles didn't happen in the past 10 years. With all the changes that we mentioned, we are expecting to happen. There is I have to say, there is a strategy for fintech that has been developed that has no financial ties. There is no projected projects. That is just a direction that the government should go after. With the banks not being punished or being incentivized to do differently. So in such environment, it's up to the free will of the people in power to actually implement solutions to what they think that is the minimum requirement of the market. So we see the startups here at the forefront of innovation saying, no, we don't want this style anymore. We expect that our peers, our generation deserves this type of services. So this is exactly what we are experiencing right now. And on the other side, just to come back to your question before, we like to see the synergies and things to move further. And when this happens, it's music to my ears. Everybody wins. It's a win for the investor, a win for the company, and win for the financial sector. But the biggest winner are the users. Users having superior solutions than the one that they are using right now. We just want more players. We want more activity.
There's one more.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would say that I love this session because it was really wonderful, very educative, informative. And I have actually two questions. One is for Mr. Maggio. Can you reveal us the drawbacks, some digital risks that fintech is facing with? Because listening to you, yes, Macedonia is really far away, but maybe we are waiting developed countries to solve all this risk, and then we will join in perfect fintech environment. The second question is for Mr. Muzio. After your presentation, I really feel lost.
Yes, I'm happy.
I want to ask you, because individually, like persons, we cannot fight with banks. Banks really have their reasons why they are robbing us. But my question is, whether do you believe that the Organization of Consumer of Macedonia, which is very active now, can help consumers?
You want to go first? Or?
Yeah, we can go first.
Okay.
Mine is too philosophical.
So great, then my goal is achieved for today. So that's what we all should be feeling, yeah. And the reason maybe, so it's especially quite painful if you know what else is possible or how other countries, of course, more developed operate. I used to live in Switzerland. I lived in England. I never paid for banking, even though I had a bank account. But when you come here,
you can get money. You can get money like in US. If you're a startup and you move your operations to another bank, you're awarded to between $10,000 and $20,000 for actually doing that.
So that's the opposite of
the total opposite.
Getting robbed. Yeah. So when you face that situation, so then you have higher standards, and then when you face reality here, that's when it hurts. That's so of course awareness campaigns from consumer groups that you mentioned are necessary, needed to make everyone aware. Yeah, because not everyone is aware. Because you say, okay, this is how it's supposed to work. This is the banking system, and of course they are here to make profits, and I use their services, so I should pay. But it's not always the case. Yeah? So they have their ways how to make their profits, but not by robbing you 50 dinars or 25 dinars every month or every transaction or every. Yeah.
Even organization is not aware.
Exactly. Yeah. What do you mean with organizations?
Organization of consumers.
Uh-huh.
There is OPM, Organization of Consumers of Macedonia, but that is after association. They are not aware about the extent of the problem.
Well, the extent is it's dramatic. You can make a comparison one-to-one, and you say, okay, free of charge everything, or this is free of charge, and then you compare it to ours. And even worse when you compare it to our purchasing power, right? So if you standardize the numbers, you say, okay, this percent of my salary or the average salary goes to the bank, and then the question is why, and what needs to be done in order to change it.
Yeah, I will build on that, just also answering your question. So one of the drawbacks, so for example, Switzerland and what we are experiencing with one startup right now, there is one bank, I will not name it, but one of the big 5 banks in Switzerland, it's having less than 2% people entering their doors, and they're having assets. They have their locations in premium locations. So for this bank, there is one company from here that developed a booking service that they are now charging their customers to actually come live in the bank. And by talking to a person, you're charged like you're talking to a lawyer. So whether you would like to speak with a person and pay, or use at the comfort of your home free services, this is their say. So this is like unimaginable to us. But this is the trend that is going more and more, with less and less people being able to actually fill positions in banks. We don't have people that are doing repetitive jobs. They need to be forward thinkers, challenging the status quo. We need to create creative minds. So all of you people here should not be looking to be a clerk at a job, at a bank. Clerk at a bank is very much replaceable, like we're replacing on a daily level. But it's just the question to increasing the effectiveness and processes that we're having right now. So now banks are saying, okay, I want to do 5 more profit with twice less employees. That's the wrong perception. It's going for 10 times profit with the same type of people. So that means pre-qualification, education on job, many other processes that needs to be in the innovative concept of implementing fintech. And this is kind of the drawback. Fintech takes resources, it takes time, it takes money. And that's why either do it the young guys who are going to innovate and find ways to replace the people that are now in power, or it will be a joint effort to change the landscape as we know it right now.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are limiting out of our time, so thank you to our panelists for their valuable insights today. I hope we have learned something new about this panel discussion, and thank you for audience also, to the audience for joining us to this discussion. So we will now deliver the certificate to our panelist guests, and we can close this panel session. Thank you.
Thanks.
We now have a well-deserved lunch break. So half an hour lunch break, and we will be back at 1:30 Macedonian time.
Ви благодарам и на вас, исто беше интересно дискусията, мислам дека ви се
You ready? Yes? Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and your break. We will continue now with the afternoon session, so please take your seats. In session 5, there is a panel discussion on recent trends in industrial policy. Moderating this session is Professor Dr. Murat Yulek, Rector of Austin Technical University of Turkey. Murat Yulek, the founding rector of Austin Technical University, brings a diverse background as an engineer and development economist with extensive teaching experience at various universities, from Georgetown University and Technische Hochschule Ingolstadt, Germany, to Yale and Wilken University during his PhD studies. His illustrious career includes roles at prestigious institutions such as the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C., and the Islamic Development Bank. He has played significant roles in other financial and industrial companies as well. Moreover, Mr. Yulek has made substantial contributions to academia, publishing extensively in the field of macroeconomics, finance, and economic development, and has actively engaged in international research and policy initiatives. Joining him today online as well are the distinguished panelists from around the world, Professor Dr. Gabriel Węgiński from the National University of San Martin, Argentina, Professor Dr. Travis Taylor from Christopher Newport University of USA, and Associate Professor Christian Ochiya from Nagoya University, Japan. So Professor Dr. Murat Yulek will be addressing us online as well from Turkey. Professor, if you're ready, you can take the lead in moderating this engaging discussion.
Can you make one more time invite
Once again, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek, if you are ready, you can start leading and moderating this engaging discussion.
Please start. Okay, all right. I think we can start. Welcome, everyone. We are starting our session in CEPIP 2023. The title of the session is Recent Trends in Industrial Policy. In this session, we are going to talk about industrial policy, design and implementation and outcomes in different parts of the world. We have a number of speakers from different parts of the world. Myself, I am Murat Yulek. I am with Austin Technical University, and I am attending here in Ankara. And next to me, I have El-Hadi El-Wazir. He's also in Ankara, but he's joining from Ankara, but he's going to talk about more about North America and about venture capital and funding situations, among others. And we have Professor Gabriel Węgiński, who is attending from Argentina, from Buenos Aires, and he's going to talk about Latin American economic development and industrial policy outcomes. He's a professor with Universidad Nacional San Martin in Argentina. And we have Professor Travis Taylor. He's joining us online from Virginia, US, United States. He is the chair of economic department at Christopher Newport University in Virginia, and he's going to talk about North America industrial policy and outcomes. And we have Associate Professor Dr. Christian Ochia. I don't know if he was able to join us. I can't see his name. So, Christian, if you are here, please let me know.
Yes, I'm around.
Okay, good. And Christian is, Professor Ochia is joining us from Nagoya University in Japan. And because we have not been able to communicate, I guess you will be talking about East Asia and Japan, if I'm not wrong. Right?
I talk about Africa, industrial policy in Africa. Yeah, sorry.
Africa, yes.
Yeah.
Good, much better. So Professor Ochia is joining from Japan, but he's going to talk about African development and industrialization and industrial policy. Okay, so let me start. I start with the same order as in our banner with Professor Gabriel Bezginski. Professor Bezginski, the floor is with you.
Okay, thank you very much, my dear friend Murat and the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this panel. Let me share my presentation. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, it is there. It's there.
Okay.
Make it full screen. By the way, we are televised real time through YouTube. If the organizers can send us the link to YouTube channel so we can distribute it to our network. And then this session, like the others, will be posted on Austin Technical University YouTube channel.
They are asking for the link from the YouTube channel to be sent. Da.
Bizim öyle. Ne istiyorsun? Susan işimiz var. Okay, Gabriel, I think you can start.
Okay. Okay. Well, my presentation will be on the premature deindustrialization in Latin America and the challenges for industrial policy. For most of the Latin American economies, industrialization is a relatively recent achievement taking place in the later half of the 20th century. And in these economies, the workforce shifted from rural to urban areas, from agriculture to industry, and new political elites emerged and industrial policy came to secure their social aspirations. However, the manufacturing sector has already reached its peak in these countries, both in terms of employment and value added. Today, the situation in Latin America is similar to that of most developed countries.
Gabriel, just a second.
Yes.
There is an echo. We will try to stop it. First of all, please, anybody who has the Zoom connection, who is not speaking, please turn off your mics.
It's okay.
Speakers also, not the people who, but the gentleman here. The TV speaker should stay on, but your laptop speaker has to be off.
Tabii ki laptopun speaker'ını da kapatıyor. Şekilde bu bir defa ses gidiyor. Veya başka bir yerden gidiyor. Bizim şu mikrofonu bir kapatsın. Öğrettiğinde açmak üzere.
Okay. Today the situation in Latin America is similar to that of most developed countries, with a growing importance of services and premature deindustrialization at the regional level. I'll talk about the four main countries in Latin America, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, that account for more than 3/4 of regional GDP. One of the key arguments in favor of premature deindustrialization hypothesis lies in the low per capita GDP of Latin American countries at the time when they reached their peak levels of manufacturing, employment, and value added. While most developed countries, including late industrializing economies like Japan and South Korea, have reached a turning point with a per capita GDP in the range of $10,000 to $15,000, the four Latin American countries reached their peak.
Gabriel,
Yeah.
Gabriel, there is one thing I think you should do. Can you turn off your speaker? Is your speaker open?
No.
Please turn off your speaker.
No. My speaker, but if I turn off my speaker, I can speak.
No, not your microphone.
Sorry.
Just turn off the speaker, it's your sound. Okay.
I was telling that the four Latin American countries reached their peak at a much lower per capita income than developed countries, in the range of $4,000 in Chile, a little more than 5,000 in Argentina and Brazil, and 7,000 in Mexico. It could be argued that while there is a clear decline in the share of manufacturing in total employment and value added, this is accompanied by an increase in the share of engineering in the intensive sectors within manufacturing, which may offset some of this deindustrialization, because the sectors are capable of generating knowledge spillovers, contributing to increased productivity across all industrial sectors, enhancing the overall industrial productivity. However, most of these economies specialize in natural resource-based industries at the expense of engineering-intensive sectors. Consequently, in addition to the decline in the share of manufacturing in total value added, most of these economies specialize in less productive and less technologically advanced sectors. Therefore, the hypothesis of premature deindustrialization in Argentina, Brazil, and Chile appears to be confirmed, The case of Mexico may raise some doubts because of its intervention in the NAFTA agreement. Although its structure is heavily reliant on maquila, which limit technological spillovers and the provision of better jobs. These economies exhibit low productivity growth, unlike during the import substitution model. Structure change is a negative component of this process. In summary, the inefficient allocation of resources explains much of Latin American stagnation. As a result, the region has lagged behind in recent decades in terms of productivity and closing the technological gap with advanced economies. The period of the commodities boom in the first decade of this century had positive effects in many ways, enabling higher growth rates and reducing poverty and inequality levels in many of its economies, especially in South America. However, it also reinforced traditional patterns of specialization in a world where some developing economies, particularly China, transformed their production structures, and some developed economies drove a new technological revolution. It showed limited ability to incorporate the technological revolution into production, except in localized traditional sectors. This is particularly concerning in light of the advancement of new technological paradigms and the development of advanced manufacturing. The limited diversity and sophistication of productive capabilities and workforce skills are reflected in low export diversification and low levels of investment and productive capacities in these countries, such as the application, and there are few exceptions in building technological and productive capacities, such as the application of biotechnology for mining processes in Chile, the aerospace industry in Brazil, or nuclear energy and satellite industry in Argentina. But these are isolated cases that do not constitute part of a structural change process. A corollary of these regions' weak international integration and its dependency upon a few commodities is that it makes it more vulnerable to price cycles of these goods and liquidity cycles in international markets. While macroeconomic behavior is often viewed as entirely separate from what happens in the productive structure, this separation conceals the fact that structural weaknesses makes the economy more unstable, their growth rates more irregular, and some key prices, such as the real exchange rate, more volatile. There are notable differences in approaches to industrial policy between periods and countries in the region. For example, Argentina and Brazil abandoned these policies in the 90s and returned to them in the first decade of this century, while Chile remained reluctant to adopt them in the whole period. Despite this diversity, a common element emerged, which is the irregular manner in which they are implemented, and above all, the implementation issues. In general, there is no consistent long-term effort to indicate that industrial policies are part of the core strategic policies. Except for a few initiatives in Brazil, there is no institutional building effort that grants those responsible for policies, political and financial power, with the capacity to effectively influence private investment decisions. Long-term problems of national state weakness and the predominant type of productive structure that favors rent-seeking behaviors contribute to this. In addition to the political and institutional problems associated with defining and implementing an internally consistent and persistent industrial policy, there is also a lack of coordination with macroeconomic policymakers. Although the need for this coordination is evident, it is not what is observed in practice. The ministries of industry and agriculture often design plans and objectives that are that contradict exchange rate and fiscal policies. The case of the exchange rate policy, its link with industrial policy is direct. The latter seeks to alter existing incentives to redirect investment and employment towards activities considered more desirable. And a key determinant for the incentive structure is the real exchange rate. So periods of high capital liquidity or high international commodity prices appreciate the real exchange rate and reduce the country's competitiveness in tradable sectors. As a result, domestic producers lose market share both in the domestic and foreign markets. Therefore, an exchange rate policy that allows for the appreciation of the real exchange rate will counteract and most likely neutralize the sectoral incentives that industrial policy may offer. The same applies to fiscal policy. Industrial policy often involves increasing public investment or providing subsidies and financial support to new industries, innovation agencies, training, and R&D activities. And all of this has a fiscal impact that the production ministry should negotiate with the finance ministries. This negotiation is not easy, especially in the context of high fiscal deficits and ineffective implementation and limited transparency in industrial policy. Having clear goals and precise evaluation of industrial policy results is essential for effective communication with other public agencies and the private sector. When thinking about industrial policy going forward, it should be reimagined as a new type of policy that recognizes the importance of environmental issues, social inclusion, and the profound impact of the technological revolution. First and foremost, the policy of the future is defined by its emphasis on new technological paradigms and its contents, which revolve around sustainability at all levels, environmental, economic, and social. Institutions must proactively define incentives for innovation and competitiveness based on these contents and act reactively to correct market outcomes when they do not align with these objectives. The focus should be on building capacities and capabilities and mastering new technologies, so the risk of the region becoming a mere importer of environmentally friendly technologies should be avoided. Secondly, the distinction between vertical and horizontal policies become blurred in the 21st century industrial policy. The shift towards a new production pattern and a low carbon trajectory requires simultaneous action in various sectors and the development of diverse capacities, as is typical of policies known as vision-oriented. Thirdly, the effort to improve the competencies and innovation capabilities of Latin American and Caribbean countries creates opportunities for a renewed regional agenda in science, technology, and innovation. Scientific and technological development is a highly complex and uncertain phenomenon that involves significant long-term and highly risky investment. For example, concrete projects are being defined in areas such as telemedicine, assisted technologies, additive manufacturing, reverse supply chains for electrical and electronic devices, and distributed generation of wind and photovoltaic solar energy. Fourth, industrial policy should increase the involvement of knowledge-intensive sectors in the production structure through a more active role of public investment as well as support for private investment. Fifth, policies aimed at stimulating foreign direct investment should take into account its impact in terms of innovation, learning, and quality employment. This applies to all types of investment, but it is particularly relevant for foreign direct investment. Sixth, the inclusion of small and medium-sized enterprises in the structural change is crucial for achieving equality and reducing structural heterogeneity goals. Finally, innovation and technology diffusion policies, which are traditionally taken backseat in the region, must be given very high priority. An institutional framework should be established where technology supply and demand complement each other, and public enterprises can play a significant role in creating local production and technological linkages. However, it's important to remember that before tackling all these industrial policy challenges, countries in the region must overcome hard political constraints. For example, in my country, Argentina, the leading candidate for the October 22nd elections, just 10 days ahead, is proposing to dollarize the economy, close the central bank, fully privatize healthcare and education, completely deregulate the economy, and shut down, among others, the agency responsible for scientific and technological research. That is one of the most important in Latin America. So there is very hard political issues ahead prior to thinking of a new industrial policy framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. This was an excellent presentation, and we have to run ahead, but I want to just summarize, of course, very briefly what you have said. One of the things you said is in Latin America, industrialization is, with your words, very recent phenomenon. And this is very interesting because Latin America, in terms of course, agriculture and natural resources, is very rich. But in terms of industrialization policy, we have always seen it as a, sorry to say it, but as a failure. But you said it is not a failure, it's just not started yet, or very recent phenomenon. So we are learning. Other than that, you emphasized the interlinkages between macroeconomic policy and industrial policy. For example, you mentioned the exchange rate policy, which is, I think, very important. That if that overvalued exchange rate would harm industrialization process, and also it is part of the industrial policy design and implementation process that exchange rate and other macroeconomic policies are very much interlinked with industrial policy. Actually, everything is interlinked with industrial policy, such as education, environmental policy, which you have mentioned. So this was a very rich presentation. And one last thing was that you emphasized the distinction between horizontal and vertical policies are very blurred. Actually, it is blurred in the sense that, for example, in Europe and other developed economies, because of their stage of industrialization, they are more, they are at a stage where they have to go horizontal. But a country like Argentina or Brazil or Turkey or whatever, probably a more vertical policy is warranted. However, because in this kind of countries, generally the policies are basically translations from other developed economies. Sometimes the policy and the situation do not match. What I'm trying to say is, last month I was in Vienna with UNIDO, and I made an intervention to the same point, saying that the European Union, for example, is pushing for policies that is one size fits all type. For example, the same policies pushed for Germany and, for example, Romania at the same time. But Germany and Romania have very different characteristics, and you cannot try to apply the same policy in Germany and Liechtenstein and Luxembourg and this and this and this. And on the contrary, actually, in the US, when we look at the US, the vertical policies are becoming more and more popular. So what you have mentioned is, I think, very interesting. Anyway, thank you very much for all this. Now we don't have a lot of time for the rest. So I pass the floor to Travis Taylor, who will talk about the US. Travis, it's your turn. But now that Gabriel has used a lot of your time, you have to limit yourself to 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll do that. Yes. Hi, Gabrielle. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay, Marat? Can everybody hear me?
So people in the YouTube also can hear you excellently. But everybody else, we should turn off our mics.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, my dear friend Marat. And it's so good to see some of my old friends and new friends at the CPEP conference. I have to say, CPEP is always one of the highlights of my conference schedule during the academic year, and always enjoy coming back and learning a lot from colleagues from all over the world. It's very special. So thank you. Thank you to Austin Technical University, of course, for organizing this, and also to IBU. One day I hope to make it to the Balkan University, checking it out online, and it looks like a wonderful, wonderful set of programs at IBU. Okay, well, I know we're a little bit short on time, so I'll try to go right to my presentation and provide some value added for you today. Let me see if I can share my screen. Let's see. Whoops. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let's try that again. Okay. All right. Sorry, just one last check. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to...
But just make it full screen.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. All right, so today I'm going to talk about a very important issue. Although there has been certainly, a rise in popularity across the world, but in particular on this side of the Atlantic Ocean, my country in the United States, there's been a rise in popularity of industrial policy among policymakers and academics. However, of course, there always is a different group, in particular more of the Chicago school-based or public school-based economists that would argue against industrial policy. So what I wanted to do in my short time today is offer a critique of a very current new academic paper by Munger in 2022, arguing that basically there is no such thing as a good industrial policy. And then I want to apply some of Munger's analysis and my counter arguments to Munger to share with attendees a little bit about the recent United States industrial policy. So, the paper itself, you guys can look it up on your own. It's called A Good Industrial Policy is Impossible, and it was published in the Journal of Law, Economics, and Policy last year. And so what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to apply this analysis to recent U.S. industrial policy legislation, investigating how the U.S. policies address or circumvent the challenges outlined by Munger. So what is the Munger paper, if we had to put it on a slide in a nutshell before we dissect it? Munger argues that the most efficient system to allocate scarce resources is pure capitalism, not the current one marked by political influence and special interests, which she, of course, would call crony capitalism. So this is all too common, right? For those of us that study industrial policy, are familiar with the academic arguments for industrial policy, and also practitioners, many practitioners joining us today. And you're doing industrial policy through your government or on the ground through the public-private partnerships. You understand there's always these detractors that argue that pure capitalism is superior. And he argues the common argument is that dirigiste, right, directed industrial policies that attempt to manage industries through state interventions. He argues against those types of directed industrial policies. I would say the contribution of his paper is really targeting a couple of the fundamental arguments from what's called the public choice tradition. If you're not familiar with that, really based off of the Chicago and Virginia economic schools of thought that argue against government intervention in the marketplace. And so the conclusion of Munger, basically following and building upon Francis Fukuyama, is that he concludes that good industrial policy is in fact impossible in democracies. So now let me break down two of the highlighted problems, how he reaches that conclusion, along with my critiques and counterpoints, if you will, of his positions. So some of this will be fairly standard for those of you that have some background in industrial policy. Anyway, argument number one is the classic information problem. So the lack of market-driven signals, such as profit and loss, and state-directed industrial policies can lead to misallocation of resources, and this is the argument that governments don't have enough good information to consistently pick winners compared to the private sector. State actors may not have access to crucial market information, could hamper decision-making, and the difficulty of obtaining accurate and timely information, could hinder the policies. My brief counterpoints here to this argument is the following. One, we can reference the fact that high-quality industrial policy needs to take more of a portfolio industrial policy IP approach, where there should be some low risk, moderate risk, high risk investments, a la Roderick 2004. Some losses should be expected, and if we're not incurring some losses, just like if it's a private sector company that only looks for conservative types of investments, we're doing something wrong, right? How can we reduce concerns about the information problem? We can encourage public-private partnerships. And Evans from 1995 calls this embeddedness, right? So as opposed to some of the folks like Munger from the public choice camp, who would argue that we need to have purely 100% independent, autocratic technocrats with little or no interactions with the private sector, the counterpoint that we're learning is that if we want the industrial policy to be more adaptive, we need to have more embeddedness and connections, not in terms of special interests and lobbying, but in terms of interactive, iterative relationships between the government ministry conducting the industrial policy and the private sector. So the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, or DARPA, offers some, merit in terms of a U.S. history. It offers promise in terms of a government agency that has a fair degree of leeway to pursue projects, yet also is embedded. There's also been recent collaboration between Google and the U.S. government. The second problem that that really makes up the crux of Munger's argument about the impossibility of good industrial policy is based off of the incentive problem. And so this is the political capture argument. This is the potential for political manipulation that could distort the goals of industrial policy, leading to suboptimal outcomes. Legislators might not support policies that conflict with their political interests, even if they are beneficial for the economy. And moreover, Munger argues that even if the policy was successful in the short run, by luck or happenstance, and also good policy, he doesn't believe it's sustainable in the long run. He argues that elected officials may alter rules and reform bureaucracy for personal or political gain, possibly at the expense of public good. And my counterpoints would be institutional checks and balances, along with public accountability, can address some of these incentive problems an institutional framework that is somewhat independent. Nothing is 100% independent, but somewhat independent from political pressure, such as some central bank systems around the world, such as the Federal Reserve Bank, or, for example, the climate change initiatives for renewable energy in Germany have proven successful in these regards. So again, Munger quoted, there's a quote from Munger that really encapsulates his argument. He says that it is thus an open secret understood by both proponents such as Robert Reich, former US Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton, and Danny Roderick, and opponents such as Fukuyama, that a necessary but not sufficient condition for, quote, good industrial plans is an authoritarian state. Authoritarian states might choose good or bad industrial policies, of course, but only an authoritarian state can sustain what planning advocates consider to be good industrial policy. And for those that aren't familiar, that's Singapore, and that's Lee Kuan Yew, who was a good, known as the good grandfather, but he ruled in an authoritarian manner during the rise of Singapore. And that's the position of Munger. He's arguing that there's an impossibility trilemma, whereas we can have industrial policy IP, okay? And the only way it could be efficient and effective is if, in fact, you do not have democracy, right? So based off of the prior slide, you know, I just made this graphic to illustrate Munger's argument that he's saying you cannot have all three at the same time. So there's an impossibility trilemma, according to Munger. So he would argue that you'd have to have autocracy here, and then you can conduct industrial policy through experts that are insulated from political pressures and special interests, and then generate efficiency and effectiveness of the industrial policy. And I'm arguing that that's not the case, okay? That even though democracy can be ugly, and democracy, as we know, is a drawn-out process, it's also very adaptive. So to his credit, Munger's conclusion, he basically gifts us or says, well, I'm not going to rely on the incentives problem. I'm only going to argue for the impossibility based off of the incentives problem, the political capture. And he says that good industrial policy is deemed impossible either due to failure in the initial policy adoption or sustainability post-implementation. However, historical and contemporary examples of successful industrial policies in democratic settings challenge this conclusion. So I think, you know, I'm pleading with Dr. Ulick and my friends to just give me a few extra minutes so I can get to the just the highlights of the American industrial policy to share with you guys. So basically, I've critiqued Munger's thesis, and I question, this slide was basically, I'm questioning how does Munger define a good industrial policy? Basically, industrial policy effectiveness is not just binary. And it seems to me by this public choice argument put forth by Munger that he's arguing that, you know, industrial policy is either good or it's bad, whereas it's actually a continuum. So we cannot just enter the data as binary 0-1 codes. And the second critique I mentioned is that I think Munger is underselling the ability of democratic institutions to adapt. And it's an iterative process like I've talked about. So how do we apply this to the United States industrial policy legislation? You might have heard about it on the news, but industrial policy has made a major comeback in the United States. Okay, it was used to be a bad word. When I was going to college and grad school, none of my professors would talk about industrial policy. industrial policy was basically a nasty, bad word. And now it's been turned on its head. And now a lot of people are open to it, aside from the Chicago and public choice schools that I outlined today. So the major legislation that was passed, as you guys can see, between 2021 and 2023 with implementation, the big four is an infrastructure policy, Made in America policy, the Science and Chips Act policy, and the strangely named and kind of inappropriately named Inflation Reduction Act. So let me just show you a few of the highlights so that you know, if you're not familiar, what these include. So the investment, the infrastructure investment focuses on traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges, so forth, but also cyber and broadband. The Made in America is a type of local content, public policy, public procurement policy, focusing on construction materials, American, the materials have to be at least 55, moving up to 75% of the cost of the materials that are used have to actually be made in America, sourced in America. Okay, even if the foreign vendor could offer a more attractive price. The Science and Chips Act is focused, of course, on increasing American production of semiconductor chips, and also vastly increasing National Science Foundation's funding for research and development. And then finally, the Inflation Reduction Act really pertains to a Green New Deal type of policy. This is a green industrial policy, the Inflation Reduction Act. You can see the dollar values there up at the top. The focus is on reducing carbon emissions, electric vehicles. This was passed through Congress. They chose the name Inflation Reduction Act because America was suffering from high inflation at the time. So politically, it looked like a good sell to call it the Inflation Reduction Act. But really, particularly in the first 10 years, it's not going to reveal itself in terms of inflation reduction. Science and Chips Act is at $250 billion. The Made in America Act, of the four acts, of the four types of legislation, this is the one I would nitpick about. This is a type of local content protection. This is a type of public procurement industrial policy. It enhances the Buy America requirements for the federal government, thereby supporting American businesses, manufacturers, and workers. As I mentioned earlier, it raises domestic content from 55 to 75%. But public procurement, this is for a separate talk, but it can be an effective industrial policy tool, but this particular legislation is an overreach. It's too broad, it's too wasteful, and Murat Ulik and I have written elsewhere about some of the concerns about this particular legislation. So the overall, my last slide really, the assessment of recent United States industrial policy, it is massive. So it is over $2 trillion over 10 years, government spending. But this puts us more in the ballpark of what the Chinese were doing. So for many years, the United States was on the lower end of industrial policy spending, according to recent analysis that tried to measure industrial spending. Industrial policy spending is a percentage of GDP among OECD countries, and the United States was on the lower end, and now this ratchets it up in a major way. On paper, the targets for America's industrial policy largely fulfill so-called good industrial policy requirements, meaning targeting market failure, coordination, national security, climate change, R&D. The local content policy made in America is too broad and wasteful, and additionally, it's hypocritical position to take with regard to the U.S. as a signatory of the World Trade Organization's General Procurement Agreement. And it will cause, and already has caused, retaliation on the part of our ally countries and other signatories to the World Trade Organization. Only time will tell regarding the long-run implementation and effectiveness, but my conclusion with regard to Munger and the public choice school is that public choice is helpful, and Munger is helpful to shine light on industrial policy challenges. However, good industrial policy is not binary. We have an expression in English, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Travis. Again, this was a wonderful presentation on Professor Munger's new paper, which is, I think, something like an impossibility theorem. But frankly, it doesn't really make much sense anyway, because if we follow his paper, his idea, actually there is no role for a state and policy. It goes that far. We know that, like any other policy, industrial policy is also human-made, and mostly it is flawed, like any other state-made policy. But if the state is not to design and implement industrial policy, by the same argument, the state should not do any social policy, any defense policy, any education policy, which borders almost anarchy in a way. But like you said, I think this is very reminiscent of Chicago University way of looking at the world. And also, of course, it is very much related to the Washington Consensus type of policy, which didn't work. Also, right? I mean, Washington Consensus is basically, it says there should not be any policy, and that kind of approach also wasn't very useful, as everybody has seen in the last so many years. And that's why also, because it didn't work, because that kind of no policy has not worked, now people are looking more and more at industrial policy to mend the lack of policy, actually. And now, actually, we are going to have a related talk because, as you have mentioned, like the US position in the World Trade Organization differs with this kind of rhetoric domestically. Similar policy is recommended to Africa and other underdeveloped regions, meaning free markets will solve all the problems of development, so you don't have to go for a government design of policies, developmental policies. But then we end up in a situation like in Latin America sometimes, as Gabriel has also said, one of the candidates in the Argentinian presidential campaign is asking for closing down everything in the economy in the country. So similar things were suggested to Africa. And Africa, so let me not say anything else. So where is Africa in this process? What is the situation of Africa in terms of the industrialization process? So let's listen to Christian Ocha now on this, and then we will have our last presenter, El Hadi El Wazir, after him. So Christian, the floor is with you now. Christian, your microphone, is it on?
Yes, now it's on. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
All right, perfect. So I cannot be thankful enough for this opportunity to come back again to share my thoughts on industrialization in Africa. And I'm very thankful, at least I think Travis set the stage for some of the topic I'm going to discuss today. So I think I can skip those discussion faster to go to the core. So I'm going to talk about how do I think the way, we can shape the future of industrial policy in Africa. I'll discuss briefly some opportunity, but spend much time on the challenges and the strategy for economic development. Now, if I start with the opportunities, there is this African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, which is basically opening markets for African products to circulate freely. Of course, there is no free circulation of individuals, but still there are lots of negotiation on that issue. But at least the free market is ongoing, and there are some countries which have been started to use the advantage of the free trade agreement. So we have a big market and essentially market for African countries to produce and sell to the neighboring countries and to the regional market. And at the same time, I think we talked about the US is having this great industrial policy, and Africa has the potential. And now we're talking about the electric vehicle and renewable energy industry, producing basically how do we process and add value to lithium within the continent. And I think the United States has been also very active in this part of Africa. To see recently, I think President of Zambia and DRC were in New York to discuss how they can bring together investors to pursue this idea. So I think there is an ongoing discussion on developing value chain either for electric vehicles, but also having a market for African produce. Now, the key challenge is labor productivity. And this is not only related to Africa, but on average, we see that labor productivity growth has been slowing down and even stagnated, declining for African countries recently. They're starting for a very small base, so the growth has been a little bit high over time. And if you think about how do we explain those changes, of course, usually we use neoclassical model or international school model, but at least what we noticed recently is that we have been not able to explain recent slowdown and stagnation of productivity. Therefore, there is a way to see what could be probably new theory. And what I want to propose today is how do we think about technological choice using this capital industrialization-based development strategy to see how we can solve the issue of labor productivity in Africa and what could be the implication for industrial policy. Now, let me just go a little bit in detail by disaggregating the average labor productivity by sector, and we see that most of the services have high labor productivity because of less investment in machinery. And in case of Latin America and Argentina, we talk a little bit about this deindustrialization, where resources are moving from agriculture directly to services, leapfrogging the manufacturing sector. So here we also see that labor productivity seems to be quite high in service sector and very low in agriculture and also in manufacturing. And if we want to decompose the productivity to look in much more detail to see what is explaining those variations in productivity, one way is to break it down into three components, or four if you want. So the first one is the within effect, which basically measures the contribution to growth due to new technology, organizational structural change, or increased competition. And the other component is the static effect, which measures the contribution to growth due to the reallocation of labor to sector with productivity level above or below the average. And lastly, the dynamic effect, which measures the reallocation of labor from low productive sector to high productive sectors. Now, if we do this exercise using data for African countries, I think we see some quite interesting patterns. The first one is there is a changing role in sectoral productivity components and contribution to aggregate growth. So over time, we see that the dynamic growth is almost negative, and I think this has been documented largely in the literature that resources is moving from high productive sector to low productive sectors. And if we break it over time, we see that the negative effect of the dynamic sectoral growth persists over time. So this is more likely a structural effect. But recently we see the within sector effect is becoming a little bit larger. So meaning that the contribution of acquiring new technology, changing the organization structure is becoming very, very important. And one of the reasons is that technology is almost available for many countries. So acquiring technology is becoming very efficient, especially for many countries. And if we break down the decomposition by sector, again, here we see huge variation, especially agriculture seems to have very interesting patterns where the within productivity seems to be quite large. But again, here the dynamic is negative for all the sectors. So I think this is a big issue that is happening in Africa, where resources are moving to the wrong direction. So this is what you call a wrong structural change. And I think this is where industrial policy is really needed, because it can help to reallocate resources to better and high productive sectors. So we can discuss more about the figure when we break them over time, but I think the pictures is very, very similar. So and I think this graph is also quite popular, but we try to update using more recent data, where in the figure 3.6 we present the relative sectoral productivity and employment change. And here the vertical line plots the sectoral productivity, the overall total productivity at level. So you can see basically whether resources is moving to productivity, to sector with higher productivity above the average, and that's what we see. Resources moving away from agriculture, mainly to service sector, which has high productivity. But at the same time, if you look at the next figure, we see in terms of growth, resources is moving basically to sector where productivity growth is a little bit lower than average. So this is again to support the idea of this wrong structural change, which probably in the case of Latin America, Argentina will talk more about industrialization here. I'm using this wrong sort of structural change. So this is one of the issues that I think is also common to many Latin American countries. Now, one of the strategies in many African countries has been to adopt this capital-intensive industrial policy. So basically, because of the huge endowment in natural resources, developing those sectors by promoting value addition, extraction, and limited value addition of minerals would be one of the strategies, instead of using more labor-intensive technology. So here we just test the policies that were adopted by many African countries and on different components of labor productivity. Interestingly, we found that there are many challenges in terms of this optimal capital-intensive industrial policy from the aggregate perspective, if we compare, for example, to structural change. If we look at the within effect, how it affects technology, it's quite interesting to see that adopting the capital-intensive industrial policy reduces the within effect, the adoption of new technology, those coming from the adoption of new technology. And I think this is very intuitive because it basically shows how labor-intensive sectors are losing importance in favor of more capital and technological sectors. So I think this is very intuitive. And if you look at the column 5 and 6, which shows the dynamic effect, here we see one of the expected sort of positive effects, so meaning that the capital intensive, and we can call it technology capital intensive industrial policy, could lead to a better reallocation to high productive sectors. And I think this is very important because at least we need to adopt new kind of technological change that could lead to a better reallocation of resources, basically coming back for the industrialization. So we show in a way that working, for example, if you see countries like Ethiopia, which has been investing a lot on labor-intensive manufacturing, but at the long term, productivity in manufacturing is not increasing very fast. And the reason is that those labor-intensive sectors are using high-tech and high-skill technology, which basically have high endowment in technology and less endowment in labor, so which is affecting total labor productivity both at the end of the day. So adopting more capital-intensive or technology-intensive policy could be interesting to reallocate resources. But again, we talked about the complementary policy. We need to link those technological policy with industrial skill development policy and an active labor market policy, because I think that is very important to make sure that the mechanisms that employ workers, like wage subsidies policy and managerial training policy, could help, cushion the negative effect of the capital-intensive industrial policy and leads to better employment, especially on high skill and well-paid jobs. Now, just to finish, I want to discuss some strategy, and one of the arguments here is that Africa has to bring back productive capacity, because we need at least to find an optimum level of productive capacity that is required to reap the benefit of industrial policy. Because as we discussed earlier, industrial policy has tended to fail in many African countries. You can talk about institutions, but I think in many cases the policy were not designed and implemented in the right way. So here, the idea is to bring this productive capacity or talk about production itself as a core part of the industrial policy. And here I use data from ANTAC, which developed a productive capacity index to compare Africa and other regions between 2000 and 2018. And what we see here is that there is a limited improvement in productive capacity in many African countries. I think they're doing quite good, but I think the pace is very low. So what we could be saying here is that Africa should accelerate investment in productive capacity so that they can catch up with the leaders like the United States and also Japan. Now, we try to do some threshold regressions to understand what would be the optimum level of productive capacity that could maximize the benefit of capital-led or capital-intensive industrial policy. I think I will skip the regression, just discuss some policy, some of the findings here. So for here, we found that if you remember the within efforts, which basically tackle the contribution of manufacturing level productivity to new technology, organizational structure, and also greater competition. We see that human capital and ICT are key driver key productive capacity that could help us maximize the benefit of industrial policy. And we try to benchmark all the countries for which we have, African countries for which we have data, to see what is the current level and how they could leverage their comparative advantage to build more human capital and ICT in this case. For human capital, we see that for most of the countries, the actual value is almost above the threshold, so which seems to be quite good for them. So they're really good. For ICT, we see the level is very low. So one of the policy implications here is that Africa should basically speed up the accumulation of ICT-related skills and knowledge, so that we can accelerate the process of building capability and enhancing the effect of industrial policy. And if we look at the static effect, yes.
Just 2 more minutes.
Okay, no problem. Now, if we look at the static effect, which seems to be very important here, we have many elements of productive capacity that Africa will definitely need to invest on. And for example, we need a lot investment on energy. I think Botswana is one of the few countries that is doing good, and also Rwanda and Senegal, but other countries have to invest a lot. So this framework gives us, I think, very key policy orientation for each productive capacity for each country. We're telling them basically what they should do and to which level they could have their action to accelerate the efficiency of industrial policy. Now, this is just my conclusion. is that, and something very important I would like to emphasize here is that they find this in white, like human natural capital here. It means that countries there is no effect, so countries can redirect those investments in those sectors to other uninvested productive capacity. So, for example, we're talking a lot about national capital, and many countries in Africa have huge endowments in natural capital. So, funds, for natural capital should be invested in other sectors. So one of the key implications in terms of industrial policy is that we African countries, and I think it's not for all countries, but so many countries have to improve, invest a lot in ICT, transportation, energy, and building better institutions, especially for countries which are below the threshold, and for countries that have passed the point of saturation, redirecting investment to underinvested capacity is highly recommended. Now, just to finish, I want to bring back the conversation of productive capability as one way to enhance the efficiency of industrial policy. I think we talked about democracy by Taylor. I think I'll talk more about productive capacity as a complement to enhance the effect of industrial policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Basically, one outcome, maybe I have time to just underline what you have said, is negative or regressive, let's say, structural change in Africa. That was very interesting, and also you shared with us the results of your econometric empirical studies. Thank you for that. We are looking for the publication soon, actually. Now we don't have much time, so I pass it to El Hadi. He will talk about the intersection of industrial policy and regulatory structure regarding the manufacturing sector and logistics, supply chain logistics. We have, I think, officially 5 minutes, but I think you can take
I can go quick.
some more time and
So,
we'll tolerate it.
No worries. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here with all of you. I just want to put out a couple of disclaimers. Unlike all of the panelists, including my friend Murad, I'm not a professor or an academic. At best, maybe a practitioner, but at best. So not a business person, not an economist, not a historian. Once was an engineer, no longer an engineer, and I kind of think of myself as a bit of a storyteller. So I tell stories to investors, to policymakers, etc., to try and convince them of something, essentially. But Dr. Travis mentioned something that I had thought about starting my talk about, which is the last 40 to 50 years globally. It's hard not to talk about America when we talk about economics, but generally there's a couple of themes. One theme was the Chicago School of Economics' insistence that a company's sole purpose is to increase profit so that shareholder value goes up. That's it. That's their only goal. And so the easiest way to achieve that was to reduce cost of product and service. So if the goal and the objective was to reduce cost, you have to find a global optimum for supply of product or service at the lowest price. That meant in America, where you have 50 states, you're not going to have 50 car manufacturers, one in each state. You're not going to have 50 of anything across the country. There'll be certain places that have certain advantages that will have that source of production or methods of production that are the best. Now, globalization meant people look beyond the country's border. So it didn't have to be in the US, it could go to China. It could go to Japan first, then Korea, then China, then Vietnam, now Bangladesh. Cost, chasing lowest unit cost for a product or a service. And that meant a different destination for each item. So if you think about chemicals, if you think about products that go into pharmaceuticals, I'll touch on pharmaceuticals in regards to Turkey, that meant going to China and in some instances India. Between India and China, they are 80% of the world's chemical production that goes into medicine. For the whole world, 80%. Can you imagine? There hasn't been an API, which they call active pharmaceutical ingredient plant, built in Europe, I don't know, in the last 15, 20 years. I think there was one that just opened now, just recently, because of COVID. In any case, this drive for cost is partly because of that, the school of Chicago's sort of paradigm around why a corporation should exist. But a part of that is driven by the circles of analysis. So if you can only measure profit, you will draw the circle of analysis around profit. But you've heard it, this double bottom line, triple bottom line. The reason people dismiss that, which is other factors, i.e. Multiplier effects, as they call them in economics, is that they're harder to measure. If they're harder to measure, they become more qualitative and they're dismissed. But the reality is that I think the U.S. experiment has made clear to a certain extent that the outsourcing of manufacturing to another country, right, which has no necessarily a benefit that comes back to the U.S. other than cheap product, doesn't necessarily mean good for the society and the country's economic health at large, right? So now in the U.S., if you don't have a college degree, you're likely your age before you die or expire is 10 years less, I think, according to the statistics. And I urge you to go out and look. What's the average life expectancy of a male white man without a college degree in America? And I think you'll be surprised. Easy to check. You get a longer life. Well, no, you get a shorter life in America, probably than in Turkey, without a college degree. In any case, check it. I don't know. I'm just as a hypothesis. But the truth is that I think that we've moved in the 20th century from decentralized centralization, i.e. industrial food production, energy delivery. Everything became centralized. I think technology now is a different kind of technology that will enable going back to a decentralization. What does that mean and why? You can be, to a certain extent, economically viable at a smaller scale. Generally, that's the theme. And that applies to pharmaceuticals. So why does China and India control the API market globally? Is because they're the cheapest supplier, because they have huge scale. Now, nobody wants to do APIs in their country. I get asked by many countries, and I'm sure Turkey thinks about this all the time, should we have a pharmaceutical active ingredient manufacturing industry in Turkey? You don't have it now. You have formulation. You buy the APIs from China or India, you make the medicine, paracetamol or whatever, you formulate. But the active ingredients, the chemical ingredients come from someplace else. Now, why can't you have it here? Why can't you have it in Saudi? Why can't you have it in the UAE? Because if you build it, you will not be competitive with China and India. And if I'm Kojak Pharma or Sanovel or Billam, I will buy from China. I will not buy from Turkey. So how can you overcome that price issue, that non-effectiveness, non-competitiveness? There are certain technologies that may allow for that to happen. They haven't been used historically, but they're being developed because there's this pressure, essentially, to decentralize certain supply chains. Because of what happened in COVID, it was a bit of a wake-up call. All of a sudden, you couldn't fly, you couldn't ship, ports were closed. People need certain things, and you just cannot get that. So people sort of, governments in particular, at least in the region, began to think, wait, for security reasons and disruption reasons, we need to have our own. To be independent and not rely on other countries, we need to have our own. China regularly does not ship to India because of the political difficulties between the two countries. If you don't want to be subject to another country's leverage, you need to be independent. The third is actually economy, jobs, multiplier effect. These are generally science-based jobs, working in a plant, working in a factory that produces specialty chemicals, specialty goods. These are not bad employment areas. So there's a push for this. The next thing is, in certain countries, like in Turkey, if there is a company that produces a certain pharmaceutical, you cannot export that pharmaceutical from outside into Turkey, it has to be manufactured in Turkey. It forces the outside company to find a local Turkish partner to produce. In Algeria, they cut the import window off if there are 2 or 3 manufacturers of that product locally. Other places like Saudi encourage local production by giving incentives on price, i.e. they'll give them a premium, or they'll give them faster approval process to encourage them. So there are things, these levers are very important if you want to create a local industry that normally might not be cost competitive with global competitors. And as I said before, I think technology is going to reverse, and you're going to see Tesla. What does it mean to have storage technology? Coal-fired centralized plant. That's all about decentralization. And also food, industrial food is generally being pointed at as the cause of many problems, including environmental climate problems from methane, etc. So I think there are technologies that may improve the competitiveness of smaller scale productive activity, which will lead to a decentralization of some of these industries. And APIs is an example. Talked a little bit about that. And I think it's being driven by, and I think regulators, government policymakers, they're all thinking about this. And it's usually 3 dimensions: security, independence, economy, jobs, higher value adding jobs. Because the typical Saudi or GCC guy, or even a Turk who graduates with a PhD in chemical engineering or bioengineering, if they want to work in their home country, they're not going to be working in that area. Or they'll be a professor. They will not be working in industry because that industry doesn't exist. So I'll pause there. Now we're over time.
Yes, this is very interesting because it's a practitioner's view of what they call economic geography. Why some regions, some cities, some towns, some countries have the production of something, but not the others. Actually, one of the Nobel laureates, very well known, Paul Krugman, once also started to work on this. So it's very interesting to see your point of view as a practitioner on this. And you were very humble at the beginning, which is not true. Anyway, so now I don't know how good we are doing with the time. Do we have a few minutes for question and answer, or should we close the session? I'm asking the organizers.
We are here ready for the next. We are here ready for the next session. So if there are no further questions, we can start from here. We're ready.
Can we just have 1 or 2 questions, if there are any, like a few minutes?
Yes.
Is there any question from here or from the room there in Skopje? No questions? No comments? Okay, that means everything is agreed upon. Okay, then I thank everyone. Gabriel Dazzinski, Travis Taylor, Christian Ochia, and El-Walid El-Hadi El-Wazir. Okay, there is one question. So we take it and then we close it. Yes. Introduce yourself, please. Yeah. Can you hear? Can everyone hear?
We cannot hear the question from here.
Maybe you should come here to speak directly to the mic, huh? Better. Introduce yourself again. Okay. Yes.
My name is Farsi. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Alsat Chama. I am from Somalia.
I studied Master of Industrial Policy and Technology Management from Boston University. Also, I did MBA from Atrium University as well. This is my second master degree. I have a question. If Christian had my question. So first question is, why sub-Saharan African countries will not industrialize? And the second one is a general question. So the second one is, in what ways are recently industrial policy addressing the potential impact of automation of workforce and labor markets? The first question is Christian, did you get my voice there?
Yes, I can hear you. I heard your question.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If I may respond quickly. I think African countries have been industrializing. So if you focus specifically on the very restrictive definition of manufacturing, there are countries like Tanzania, Ghana, Kenya, which have developed a very interesting industrial base, taking advantage of the neighboring countries. So Tanzania has been developing a good agro-industrial sectors where you have like packaging food and selling to the neighboring countries. So there are a lot of industrial operations happening in the continent. But of course, most of them are not actually well linked to the entire economy. So you don't see a big spillover to the rest of the economy. I think Ethiopia is doing good in terms of industrialization, and Rwanda is also doing good. So I think there are many cases in Africa, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at Morocco, for example, they are linked in global automobile value chain. They're also producing a lot of agro-processing food and exporting to the European market. So I think Africa is industrializing, and I would say Africa has started to industrialize because we cannot talk a lot about the industrialization in Africa because the real industrialization has not started yet. So I think Africa is ongoing, and there are good opportunity, and I think this is time for Africa to start industrializing.
Okay. And the second question, yeah, it's a general question. Maybe anyone can answer this question. If I repeat that question is, in what ways are recently industrial policy addressing the potential impact of automation on the workforce and labor markets? Okay. Who would like to take this?
I can say at a different level, some policies around common markets and reciprocity between regulators is creating a larger market out of multiple countries. And that could attract, so when I looked at Africa for pharma, I only found, and I don't take this in a negative way, but I found 4 countries that I could invest in that from a global point of view, I would be rewarded for investing in them. And they were Egypt, in this order, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, followed by Algeria. Those were the 4 markets where it was big enough on their own and had sufficient local talent to operationalize a pharmaceutical manufacturing operation. Algeria had its own issues because of its, I would call it government lack of gradualism, meaning they make policy decisions one day and can reverse them 2 weeks later, making it very difficult to predict the future there. South Africa and Egypt were challenging from a macroeconomic currency point of view. And you've seen what's happened in Egypt. We've gone from 15 pounds to the dollar to 30 and maybe 35. And now they're expecting another devaluation to 45 pounds to the dollar. So imagine the currency's lost 66% of its value in 18 months. So that's a challenge. The rand has also macroeconomic challenges. Morocco, interestingly, and Dr. Christian mentioned Morocco, has been kind of a success story. They've been able to peg their currency and manage it in a tight band because of their export profile. So they have a Renault Nissan automotive program where they produce a lot of cars to Europe, to the rest of Africa. They have an agricultural export program, phosphates.
Even an Airbus program.
Really, in aerospace, yeah. So there's been a real sort of what I call high point. The sub-Saharan countries, I looked at several companies. The challenge has been, for example, the size of the market. So I looked at the company that was involved in 4 or 5 countries, including Ghana, Cameroon. It was the scale that was difficult. And then the other problem from an investor point of view was, if I make money there, which I think we can, will somebody pay me a capitalized value? So I make $100 a year. Will they pay me $1,200 for the business? Or will they offer me 4 years earnings only because it's Africa or because it's uncertain? So that's part of the challenge in terms of capital formation. I know that's not your question. Yours was about automation of workforce. But I think my comments are even before you get to the automation of labor, the problem is the capital value of capital formation in certain enterprises in those countries is challenged. Now, I think, hypothesis, leveraging their agricultural sort of core advantages, whether it's cocoa or other products. In Ethiopia, coffee has become a big business.
Or agricultural industrial, like cotton.
Yes, or animal husbandry regionally, meaning if they can become effective in the region, that's a first step before thinking about how can I be effective extra-regionally. So you see blocks around East Africa or English-speaking Africa. You see blocks around West Africa forming, where countries like that anchor around Morocco start to operate and have regulatory reciprocity and a more of an open market between them. And I think those are the kinds of things I would look for to put money behind an enterprise in Africa before I think about labor, right? So labor is important, but there's even more fundamental things before that that have to get sorted in order to deploy capital behind an enterprise.
Thank you.
So this is from a business perspective.
Yeah, business perspective, not a policy.
Like setting the first things first.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Okay, I think we have to close. Again, I thank everyone, all the valuable speakers, and I thank all the participants here in Turkey and also in Skopje. And we all wish success to the rest of SETIP.
Yes.
This year and the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Professor Murat Yulek. So now we will continue back in Skopje to session 6, where we have an invited speaker, Professor Dr. Marian Gushek, who will discuss developing and commercialization of the VIEW ECG software medical device. So please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Marian Gushek, who is a university professor at FINCI, the University of Cyril and Methodius, and he's a founder as well of the ECG Alert North Macedonia. He's an accomplished professor with a PhD in electrical engineering, plus a strong foundation in parallel processing, computer architecture, networks, e-government, and e-medicine. With a prolific portfolio of over 500 scientific papers and numerous awards, including recognition as one of the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University, he has demonstrated expertise as an IT expert, consultant, innovator, and entrepreneur, contributing significantly to projects in cloud computing solutions, telemedicine, e-services, and IT service delivery. So, Professor Marian, you can take the floor.
With this mic, I feel like Harry Styles, maybe. Or maybe Taylor Swift. I'm not going to sing, I'm going to present how we developed and commercialized one interesting solution. A few days ago, I received an email, and you can Google on Stanford University publication for top 2% most cited world scientists. I'm happy and glad to tell you that I'm in 2 lists, not only for 22, but also for the whole career. So I would like to show you today what are the... Can I move the
Yes,
slides?
yes,
Yeah,
of
okay. What are the challenges? So may I ask you a question before I start? Do you like to live 2 years more? Do you know that there is a technology that can provide this? Okay, this is our motivation. So cardiovascular diseases, they are the third killer in the world. Every third death in the world is due to cardiovascular diseases. But maybe you didn't know that 80% of those deaths are preventable. So you can prevent them. And this was our motivation. I read one article, scientific article, that heart attack can be detected 2 hours before the onset. And this was our motivation. So we like to do something about this. And problem is not solved by iWatches like this, where you have to press the button for 30 seconds and measure your ECG, or maybe heart rate monitors like you have on your wrist or whatever. You need 24/7 measurement of ECG. And even young people can be diagnosed with cardiovascular diseases. And this is the solution. If you can alert on dangerous arrhythmia, you can prevent severe damage. So this is what we made. And this is the solution. It's a small wearable sensor. You stick it on your body, where your heart is, or maybe this one, which is not open now, this one is disposable. You throw it after 7 days, and this one is rechargeable, so you can use it for 1 or 2 years. And what is the magic? Magic is to build a solution that uses this sensor. This sensor sends data to your smartphone. From smartphone it goes to cloud, and you get the alert if something is wrong. And what were the challenges to create a new solution? So first, the solution needs to be real time. The solution needs to be continuous measurement, not like this one on iWatch. The solution needs to be remote online access, so your doctor can monitor. And the patients can be everywhere, here, at home, office environment, whatever. And this is the solution we were looking for. And we have to tackle the heartbeat detection out from ECG, something like which is presented there. Then classification, then rhythm detection. Technical challenges. You have to build smartphone application, you have to build cloud application, you have to build machine learning models. And they have a lot of smaller and smaller challenges. But I'm not going in deep talking about these challenges. Maybe just to mention that background performance was one of the biggest challenges. Why? Because, for example, Android or iOS do not allow third-party applications to work in background. They switch it off after half an hour, and you need to work 24/7. So there were a lot of challenges, but the biggest challenges are probably the business challenges. And it means how to certify this solution as a medical device, because there are very strong standards you have to apply when this to be approved by the national community to be a medical device. So we have to follow approximately 10 different standards, from quality management to medical performance and a lot of things, risk management and what. The next thing is marketing. How can you tell everybody that this solution exists? Social networks do not work in this area. You have to find some other channels. How to do the first sales? It's a big step. and then how to create a distributor chain. Unless you don't have this distributor chain, you cannot succeed. So the business objectives, we started in 2016. We made the first piloting with University Hospital in Skopje. And then in 2020, after 4 years, we were awarded with the CE mark. And it was very difficult task to do it because nobody before can certify software as a medical device. And we did it. It was hard and difficult, but we did it. Then we started commercialization in the EU in 2022. And we were looking for our objectives are to establish offices in USA and Asia and to become huge with 20 million revenue per year. So this is our solution. We have the CE mark, and it is a software that detects and alerts dangerous arrhythmia. And what are the use cases? It can be used instead of Holter. It can be used as a self-monitoring solution. So, for example, if someone is diagnosed with atrial fibrillation, which is one of the most dangerous arrhythmia, you can use this and be alerted when there is a problem. Or maybe you can build a 24/7 intensive care unit for patients which are not in hospital but at their home. And it can be sold to hospitals, elderly homes, insurance companies. This is our team. Approximately 10 people working now. Half of them are data science team. Half of them are cloud-based experts. We have also expert from University Hospital in cardiology. She's head of arrhythmia department. And this is me working as CEO of the company. How we did it? I have to acknowledge that we have several projects behind. So we have also European projects and projects funded by Fund of Innovations here in Macedonia. And we have several other projects which are ongoing now and which are very interesting. We patented also how to measure glucose level from ECG, which is very new. And it is probably now very interesting because we are running a clinical study with this project. And also, we are making a LIS project, which we were awarded from 1st of October this year, which means, probably you know what is GPT. GPT uses a large language model for, let's say, English or whatever language. Now we are using this large model for ECG, which is quite new. Nobody do it. Also, we have several other projects. I'm not going in detail. What are the conclusions? How we did it? When you are a scientist, when you are a professor, when you are at university, you always make just a proof of concept. You have an idea, you make a demo, it works or not, this is it. And you think you hit the goal. No, this is just the start. You need 10 times more time to finish the technical challenges. Then 10 times more time to patent it, to certify it, and realize the first sales. And 10 times more to commercialize it, to make the distribution channel and to make it work. So technical solution is, let's say, 10% of everything. The idea is only 1%. Think about this. So thank you for your attention. I will quote Albert Einstein that you need to ask questions. Curiosity is the best way to live. Thank you. And also, don't wait until it's very late.
Prevention is the key of many things.
On that note, do we have any questions?
Someone with heart problems.
There's a question there.
Thank you, Professor, for wonderful speech. Welcome to our university as well. I want to ask, I mean, this is in general not connected maybe with the problematics that you have speak here today, but can we somehow try to use this equipment in order to help you to speed up, let's say, the process that you have shown us here?
Yes, definitely. Violeta has my contacts, so please do contact me.
Because I have some, let's say, relatives with, let's say, heart problems, which are often, let's say, in need of use that filter and everything. So they need to analyze the results. So if there is some kind of possibility, they will be very happy to use that.
Yeah, you can use this email and send me an email.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Professor Dusan, for this wonderful presentation. It was short but very impressive one. Everyone's technology is all health. So I think that no matter what we are as a professionals, we are really very much concerned about this issue, especially if you said that this is one of the most, or the third one in row, disease that affects us all globally, global framework. So my question is, we have a very interesting achievement that you have made, and since your title is commercialization, I would ask how, and since I'm from the Faculty of Economics, of course, I'm asking how did you get in commercializing this finding of yours? I mean, who and which hospitals or who use this
our clients.
Yes.
Okay. So currently, we have 6 hospitals working at this moment. We have more previously, but at this moment, 6 hospitals.
In Macedonia or?
No. No one in Macedonia.
So my second question will be...
We sell only in Europe and the rest of the world. AstraZeneca is the Oxford University. So they are they're using these sensors and our software to test some new medicaments for COVID treatment. Then, University Hospital in Düsseldorf is running one very big project which is called 5G Hospital. Vodafone is the main sponsor of this hospital, and they are using our software. So next is Hospital Madonnina in Milan, where Professor Popone, who is well known in cardiac surgery, inventing new procedures for cardiac surgery, they are using our software. We built for them special features that they requested. Also, I have to mention the royal family in Jordan. They have been measured with this technology. They even asked to measure their horse. I'm not kidding. It was difficult to do it, but the horse ECG is quite similar to the human, but different thresholds. So we had a lot of, in Mexico also we have our hospital. So everywhere in Europe.
So if you don't mind, I will continue. What except money stops our hospital to use these kind of devices or solutions for them?
Well, I think the mentality, if you use something, if it is imported from abroad, is the new technology, then they will use it. Otherwise, if it's from here, it takes time, and this is. And I do not push in Macedonia. I'm just pushing the sales in Europe and everywhere else.
Maybe you can create your own sales team here for pushing it in Macedonia, not yourself, but some other team.
So. Yeah. Maybe in the future.
So all will have a benefit of it.
Thank you.
Hello, Professor Bishop. Once more, as Professor Jonas said, we're grateful to have you here. It was really a pleasure to hear your lecture. Although I'm not an expert in the field, I don't know nothing about what you work on. I heard you mentioning about machine learning models which you use in order to predict, let's say, the heart rate, the fatality before it happened, and so on and so forth. My projection and my ideas go the same in this direction, but in another field, in the field of civil engineering and geotechnical engineering. So I want to ask you, which machine learning algorithm do you use for such problems, if it's not something, let's say?
So let me tell you, we tried almost all machine learning models, starting from decision tree, XGBoost, etc., etc., etc. We also tried neural networks and deep learning. Unfortunately, no algorithm is better than the ones we made it as humans. We are still trying. We hope we will make it, but there is limitation in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is limited only to the cases which are routine, which are repeating all the time. In medicine, you need to find special cases, which is not routine, which is something which is different. And I doesn't, even for example, Tesla's, the self-autonomous cars, they do not use either. No machine learning is working there. Only signal processing algorithms are working. So we also, but we are still trying, we are working, believing that we might find a better solution.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
One more question.
There is one more question.
One more question. Thank you, Professor Gushek, for being here with us. We appreciate it very much. Actually, I wanted to ask about the challenges that we have overcoming also finding the technical problems with your device, or challenges that will lead you to introduce your product for massive usage. So I believe the challenges is bigger than you would like to introduce for massive usage. So in that regard, is your device only planned to be used just for the clinical monitoring, or it is planned to be found as a e-commerce sensors actually everywhere in the world, except in our country, can be found almost every pharmacy store?
Okay, so far we are working B2B. We are working with hospitals to raise the awareness. We know that this is a breakthrough innovation. So what does it mean? It means that it will take time until everybody understands what is the technology. When we offer this to hospitals and we tell them, okay, you can monitor your patient in real time like it is in intensive care unit. They say, we do not have enough doctors for such a thing. So it will take time, but some are now experimenting. They are using our technology, and we think that it will just raise over the time. And B2C will come probably in a year or two.
Thank you very much for this question. And I just need to speak for the new device for the measurement of glucose in the blood, because my husband is recently diabetic, and we had really trouble to find sensors for here. We provided it from abroad, and I'm interested in the project for the glucose.
So currently we are running a clinical study. We already scanned 20 patients, but we need to scan probably 200. Clinical endocrinology is the institution where probably your husband or anybody interested.
No, he didn't approach to the public.
Anyway,
so
we
is
run.
there a possibility to approach you directly or no?
We have to obey the rules here, which tells us only the official clinic of endocrinology can work with this clinical study.
For now, just the public hospitals, not the private.
For now, only this clinic of endocrinology in Scotland.
If I may address you without the microphone, we already discussed with Professor Markova, so she will definitely invite Professor Rushev once again, at least once again, and she will gather representatives from several hospitals, all cardiologists, maybe broader team, not only cardiologists, and maybe that will be one step that we will help you in order to towards commonalization in our country. So probably maybe raising awareness is not on a certain level among the hospitals, so therefore they are not starting to think of using these devices, but maybe and solutions in general. So therefore, why not? We can also be some of the supporters of this kind of initiative to be more accepted, at least to raise awareness among the practitioners, among the doctors, among the managers in the hospitals, so they can use our product.
Okay.
It's already international. It's already internationalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mariam Bishop. And thank you to the audience as well. Okay, so we have 3 more sessions which are going to be held at the Senate room. So right after finishing this session, we will move there. But before we do that, let's invite Professor Dr. Majova to hand out a certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Mariam Bishop. And let's take your picture.
Okay. So thank you once again.
Yes.